to the rat house, baby, where the truth ain't quiet, and neither are you. Where the CHATRATS crew slide in, pull up a seat, crime talk, cold facts, and a jazzy backbeat. We got stories to tell, got some justice to serve, so pour up that coffee or something with a swerve. There's Rat Daddy leading 6'5", a cool Toys the queen with the sharpest of tools. Dean's cracking jokes, Mary B's got the tea, and Lawleen lays the law down, real boss energy. MJ's got the fire, Gingy's taking names, Cassie's dropping Angel Baby's in the game. The clerk's keeping order, Misty's watching close. Pinky promises, keeps receipts, and she does the most. We're the CHATRATS, baby, worldwide and bold. Stories unfold while the crime scene gets cold. Puff, puff, pass, and the truth gets exposed. At the rat house, baby, that's how it goes. Snap, snap. Cherry lights it up. Cherry lights it up, neon glow behind her head. Tombstones drops the facts that awake the dead. Connor's taking notes, Janine's on the clock. Hetty the paralegal keeps the court on lock. Sweet woman, sweet, but she'll sting if you like. Calypso keeps it cool, got that island vibe. Prince Lover's in purple, that Texas pride glowing. Sherry's laughing loud while the facts keep flowing. Bum, 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 bum. Da-da-dum, da-da-dum, da-da. OG coming through, crazy-eyed cheese, oh you better believe. Robo-rat clicks, sparks, gears in his head, breaking the code till the lies drop dead. Jump, feel the confidence, jump. We're the CHATRATS, baby, worldwide and bold. Stories unfold while the crime scene gets cold. Puff, puff, pass, and the truth gets exposed. At the rat house, baby, that's how it goes. Crime solving, cracks. Worlds are stage, that's a fact. Together, we're the CHATRATS crew. We ain't looking back.
What's up, peoples? What are y'all doing? What's happening? What's going on? What up, Clerk? Cheryl? Angel Baby? What's happening? What y'all doing? About to get bored. Get bored. That's what we're about to do. Sorry, I'm just goofing. Cheryl within us. How goes it? Hoss goes it. Anyways, we got a bunch of stuff to watch today. What's up, Carrie B? Carrie B. Yeah, we got a bunch of stuff to watch today. We gotta watch The Verdict, which was about what we said it was gonna be. It's just about right. We were just about right. I was waiting on Angel to post that so I can do this so she doesn't get mad at me. Got it. But we got opening statements in two different trials, the bloody suspect trial and the widow's words murder trial. So we're going to watch those opening statements, see if we like either one of them. If we like them, we'll start watching the trial testimony. So yeah, that's a couple hours worth of stuff. I don't think the verdict's very long, so I don't think a whole lot. Yeah, it's probably 20 minutes, so it's not very long. We needed something to do to goof off while we wait on that. Let's see if we can find something. Let's see. Angel, you got anything you wanna watch real quick while we goofing around? Spacey Stacy, what's up? Glad Stacy came back to hang out. She'd been gone in outer space. She just floated off into outer space. But yeah, we got a bunch of stuff to watch. Should be fun. I'm sure the crew will be here. It's only a matter of time. But I don't want to watch that yet. We'll find something else. So, oh yeah, Pet That Dog. We watched that a whole bunch of times. But we can watch it again though, because it's that good. It won't take but a second. We'll find it. Oh god, here we go.
No.
Can I pick that dog?
No.
Can I pick that dog?
No,
Can
he's
I
sleeping.
pick that dog? Can I pick that dog?
No.
Can I pick that dog?
No.
Can I pick that dog?
No, he's
Can I
sleeping.
pick that dog?
Yeah, makes me laugh every time too. It's just 4 seconds long though. So what do we do with the rest of our life? What's up, sweet woman? Lisa Eyeball, I didn't see you out there. What's up?
Hey, what's going on?
What you up to?
I'm just getting attacked by my dog.
Oh, that sounds awesome. Why is your dog attacking you?
I'm not quite sure.
Maybe hungry.
Nah, she already ate. I already walked her. She's just a little fresh.
Well, maybe she knows something that we don't.
That could always be a possibility.
Yep. So what's the weather like up there in Massachusetts?
We had lightning for like 2 hours straight last night. It was crazy. But right now it's not bad. I think it's in like the 70s, but it's still humid.
Oh god. I saw people last night in Turtleboy chat talking about the lightning storm.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Sounds cool. Unless you're there, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I was fine until I woke up this morning and saw the news, and a couple towns over, barn caught on fire, and a few horses.
Oh no.
Yeah,
That is not good.
no,
That is not good.
and it was from the lightning, so that really stinks. It was, I mean, so sad.
Yeah, I hadn't watched the Brian Walsh here in KRB.
There was one today?
I don't know. I'm gonna look it up and see. I was just trying to kill time because the verdict's not very long.
Yeah.
I was hoping some of the more strongly willed people would be here to watch it.
Yeah, the jurors. Where are the jurors?
Yeah, where are you, jurors? You're already on. There's one. We got one. But Sassy and Gingy are the opposites, the yin and the yang of this thing. I was hoping they'd be here so we could watch it together. The Brian Walsh hearing seems kind of weird. Isn't this like are they trying to throw stuff out from his first trial? I haven't looked into it very much.
Well, yeah. There was like Bukaki saying that he had like verbal conversations with somebody. Nothing was written down.
Ooh, that sounds.
Yeah,
Hey, TV's
exactly.
got a short video on it. Let's watch it and see what they say. You want to?
All right,
Let's do it. Let me get
let's
it
do
loaded
it.
up.
Like Tone
Yeah.
Loc, let's do it.
Like a what?
Like Tone Loc.
Yeah, no, no, because I know what Tom Lowe was talking about. You know what I mean? We ain't trying to go there. Let's just do it.
Now it's in your head.
Exactly. All right. Court TV people are awesome, aren't they?
Is a hearing that just wrapped up moments ago, and major developments coming out of Massachusetts in the Brian Walsh case. Defense attorneys for Walsh are seeking records from state troopers connected to the Karen Read case who are currently under internal investigation, including Trooper Michael Proctor, Brian Tully, and Yuri Buchanan. Walsh is accused of killing his wife, Anna Walsh, dismembering her body and disposing of her remains. Since his arrest back in 2023, lead investigator Trooper Michael Proctor has been suspended. Here's part of those major arguments made earlier today.
And the reason I bring that up is because the Commonwealth now has stood up and they've said this before, they're not going to call Proctor. The point is that the defendant has a right to show that the investigation has flaws in it. And what we're hearing from the government is they don't.
That would almost be like not being able to face your accuser. You know what I mean? Because the government is your accuser, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Once they file charges on you. Like, oh, this guy's your lead investigator, but we're not calling him because he's a piece of shit. Well, that would probably wouldn't have helped this guy with the jury either way, I don't think.
Probably not.
It just cost you a bunch more money.
Yeah.
Don't want to call Proctor, the case officer. It's not because he didn't do important things. It's because Proctor, along with the other troopers he worked with, seemed to be engaged, at least in the Read case, but they're engaged in this type of professional misconduct that they got investigated for.
Okay, so the judge says that she needs more information that is suggesting Trooper Proctor showed any bias towards Walsh during his murder investigation before she makes any sort of a ruling. Take a listen.
Proctor and some of his colleagues have already specifically shown they are biased against defendants. And to make an argument that they were only ever biased against Karen Read is not logical. It's just not logical. And so I think that—
So are they biased is your argument they're biased as to all defendants?
I'm saying they're biased—
That they ultimately become a target of their investigation?
They're biased against Mr. Walsh.
So the judge says that she is, quote, focused like a laser in getting that information before granting the release of any internal investigation, which falls under Rule 17 in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Michael, Ashley?
Yeah, Matt, a very important ruling in that case. However, she has not made it yet. So what's next in this case?
All right, so a trial date has been set for October of this year. We know that there is a lot of evidence in this case yet to be tested, including blood, tissue, and bone fragments. The Commonwealth wants those tested at a private lab. Walsh is facing a number of serious charges right now, including murder, obstruction, and illegal transfer of human remains. He faces up to life behind bars if convicted.
Whew, this case, something else. Thank you, Matt, for all those great updates. And let's bring in our guest for the hour, trial attorney Robert Hilla, who's still with us. Robert, tell me your initial thoughts on this case, knowing the charges, but yet hearing there's so much evidence that still needs to be tested.
Well, yeah.
The judge was focused like a laser beam. What's up, Tombstones?
Laser.
Freaking laser. Yeah, Clark, this case is just weird. Because I don't think he's going to get much different of a verdict. But, yeah, that's the deal you made with Proctor. Making all that money up there, doing all that screwy around shit.
I mean, first of all, a missing body, the guilt or innocence of the defendant, that's all going to have to be proven here with circumstantial evidence, which is just as good as direct evidence in the eyes of the court. So because of that, though, I think the defense is trying to look at the officer misconduct as tainting all the evidence and wants to try and create a case that way. That's why pretrial is so important, because that's really going to be where the presentation of the case is going to be created for both.
Now, Robert, the fly in the ointment here is this Michael Proctor guy. We know his background from the Reed case. I mean, it was just so egregious. And he's actually got a trial, I believe, coming up next week on that misconduct. So he's a guy that's got some trouble. We've seen this before, Michael, and you're in New York. It happens in New York quite frequently, where a particular officer or an office is shown to have misconduct. And now defense attorneys, they come down and we want to open up all these cases or anything that was connected to that officer or to that particular office.
Also, I forgot. Sweet woman, you like horses?
I do.
Oh, what do you think about Tombstone's horses? Hold on, we'll go through them. I don't know their names, so I can't make up horse names. That horse is like, I don't know why you're doing this again. Pretty horse.
Oh, beautiful.
Pretty horses. Oh, look at the flowing grass. And horses on ready to roam. Oh, that's a pretty horse. I like that one. More. Are they in the garden? Like they overtook the garden. Drone footage is what that looks like. Or tombstones can fly. Which one do you think? You think she jumped that high? Took that picture and floated back down?
I'm gonna guess no.
No. Probably drone footage.
I'd have to say, or maybe on top of like a roof, maybe from a barn.
Yeah, guess so. Lots. That's a lot. Pretty good bit of horses right there.
That's awesome.
Pretty horses. Well, that was fun. That was our animal segment. No animals were hurt during the making of that segment. Those are Tombstone's horses.
The judge wants in this case. What do you make of that aspect of the case?
That's my impression of people when they're missing a tooth, when they talk. And they do a little whistle. Yeah.
Well, the judge can only focus on this case before it. Okay. In a lot of those other cases, you have other people who are looking to reopen a whole bunch of cases, but on behalf of the individuals that were subject to what they're claiming is misconduct. So in the first case, the court has to decide, was there officer misconduct with respect to this defendant and what's alleged here? Secondly, does that misconduct relate in any way to the evidence or taint it, where the court needs to step in and do something to make sure that doesn't happen to the jury on this? So those are, I think, the two main things that the court has to look at.
Yeah. Now, Judge, what's interesting about this is that the judge wants more information about how it's relevant to this particular case. And I've always felt, because I was involved in a couple of cases like this, that unless you have access to the records, it's hard to find out if there's information that can help you in your case.
And I think that's the problem. You're right. And that's part of that double-edged sword, because you can't just say, well, but he did it in these cases. Certainly he did it in mine. That's not good enough, I don't think.
Not enough. All right, we'll take a break here, folks. Coming up, we're going to take you into court in Massachusetts for that motions hearing for Brian Walsh. So keep it here on your front row seat for justice.
Today for a motions hearing.
Brian Walsh is charged with first-degree murder in the presumed death of his wife, Anna. She was last seen on January 1st of 2023, having dinner with her husband and a friend.
Investigators say that Brian killed Anna that night and spent the following days concealing the crime, including making a fake ransom note. Anna's body has never been found.
Before we get you into court, here's Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson with more on the case against Brian Walsh.
No comment from Brian Walsh after he was charged with the murder of his wife, Anna Walsh, the missing Massachusetts mother of 3 young boys. And while he's not...
It's more than charged, isn't it? He was convicted, wasn't he?
No.
Oh, he hadn't had his trial yet. Oh, I'm thinking about the other dude that looks like him, kind of. That went... Oh, God.
There's too many creeps in the world.
There is. There's another. I watched his trial. It wasn't very long. Can't remember. But they look alike. I guess I got them confused. So when is his trial supposed to start?
I think they said October, I feel like, but I could be making that up.
Cool. So we can get in on the pre-trial hearings.
Yes, definitely.
We're in on them. We're in on them right now because you said so. You know, I'd have been sending you the StreamYard link this whole time. I just didn't know you wanted to hang out up here.
Sometimes I'm busy.
Well, sometimes I'll send it to you anyways.
Yes.
Not talking, prosecutors are piecing together a timeline of what they say he was doing in the days after her disappearance.
I always catch him in these damn. Look at it. Look at the look on his face. It's horrible.
He's creepy to begin with. Like,
Very creepy. It's just weird. I don't know. It kind of looks like.
and he looks different in when they arrested him versus, being in jail. Just every picture, I swear he looks different. Sometimes he looks normal, and then other times he looks like a lunatic.
Yeah, he looks like a lunatic there, like he's like
Yeah.
John Wayne Gacy, like he's just missing some clown makeup or something.
Prosecutors say that Anna Walsh was last seen here at her Cohasset home on New Year's Day. Anna was last seen at home between 4 and 5 a.m. by a family member. Walsh told police that he had slept in that morning, but prosecutors say that he was actually awake and searching disturbing topics on his son's iPad.
At 4:55 a.m. on January 1st, he searched how long before a body starts to smell.
The very next day, more Google search.
Oh my God, we're back. Every time it surprises me. Every time people that do shit bad go straight to the fucking internet and Google what they just did. It's like the young people, they rat themselves out all the time posting the videos of the crimes they just did on social media.
Exactly. No, it's on Snapchat. Nobody will see it.
Exactly. I just unalived somebody yesterday. I needed to go on the internet and get a list of supplies.
Oh, his Google searches are insane.
What is it with people and but you know what, that says a lot about Jennifer McCabe, because a lot of people that are guilty really do go to the internet and Google shit.
Exactly.
Yeah, we're catching up. We're
Searches.
There were also more Google searches on January 2nd. At 12:45 p.m., Pap saw best to dismember. At 1:10 p.m., can you be charged with murder without a body? At 1:14 p.m., can you identify a body with broken teeth?
Prosecutors say that on January 2nd, Walsh came here to this Home Depot store, located in Rockland, Massachusetts, 9 miles from his house. He spent $450 on cleaning supplies.
Items included cleaning products.
What'd you say?
That's right near my office, that Home Depot.
Oh my God. Shit. Is Boston just not the oldest city? It's just the most. Y'all are doing the most.
Well,
That's
it's
crazy.
funny because Norfolk
Boston
County is
area.
like, it's predominantly white. It's not, there's no real cities.
There are
And
some
it
crazy
seems like
people here.
Norfolk County has the craziest crimes and crime investigators. So
Yeah,
what's
sure.
happening in like the city, areas when they're getting investigated, that just goes to show.
Well, I had liked NBC 5 Boston during Karen Reed trial, and again on this channel. Oh my God, it's every day. I had to unsubscribe. So many people are getting crazy shot and
Oh yeah, in
hard
Boston,
cases
it's
and
daily. It's ridiculous.
wow, it's wild up there. I just didn't think it would be that wild in Boston,
Mm-hmm.
but I was wrong.
Mops, brushes.
On January 3rd, prosecutors say Walsh drove to an apartment complex in Abington, 16 miles from his home, where they say surveillance video shows him hoisting a heavy garbage bag into a dumpster. At 4:48 p.m., prosecutors say Walsh drove to a second apartment complex in Abington. And at 5:10 p.m., investigators say he threw items away into a dumpster in Brockton. Then on January 6th and 7th, police searched the Walsh property in Cohasset. Prosecutors collected a lot of evidence in the basement of this home, including DNA blood evidence and 2 knives. On January 8th, Walsh was arrested for misleading police in his wife's missing person investigation. The next day, he was arraigned and pled not guilty. Then on January 17th, prosecutors announced that he would be charged with her murder. The next day, he was back in court.
The defendant is now before the court charged with murder of his wife, Anna Walsh, as well as disinterring of a body.
Let's go into court now for the start of that motions hearing for Brian Walsh.
On the exhaustive DNA testing. And so I'll hear from defense whether you're prepared to go forward on that based on whether you've had a chance to read it and whether it seems to me on my quick read of it during the break that it answers some of the questions that I had when I read your motion, but it doesn't resolve some of the issues. But as an initial matter, Attorney Tipton, are you prepared to go forward on that today?
We're not, and we talked to the district attorney about that just now.
Okay. And I may, even though I'm not going to hear from you on that, I may at a later point in the hearing share with you some of my thoughts as I was going through it, because my thoughts now are probably going to be perhaps similar to my thoughts when we actually resolve that issue. But there's certain questions that linger in my mind based on my, again, quick read of what I saw between in the opposition. So really, then what we're going to focus our attention on is these requests. I don't have the number because I didn't have a chance to go back on the docket, but whatever the docket number is, you know what it is. Under Rule 17 and under Wayness, I guess it looks like it's paper number 29. I take it back that I didn't know what it is. It's paper number 29. What I don't know is what the clerk's office assigned as part of a number for the Commonwealth's partial opposition. And so we'll deal with that now. Let me say as a matter of preliminary so that we're all on the same page. I see sort of these internal affairs requests as you got to meet all the requirements of 17A2, and then on top of it, you have this special little nugget of information or special treatment of files from such entities as the MSP internal affairs folks. And just so that we're on the same page with regard to how I see this analysis, it seems to me, and under the text of Wayness, that the defense has the burden of showing, and I quote from the case, that there is a specific good faith reason for believing that the information is relevant to a material issue in the criminal proceedings and could be of real benefit to the defense. Based on that, a defendant that's moving for such records, as you are in this case, must show first that you have a basis, your basis of believing that the information is relevant material is specific and it is in good faith. And second, that the records will contain evidence that is relevant to a material issue and could be of real benefit to the defendant. As I read the papers, both the motion and the opposition, I have many questions swirling in my head, which I'm going to ask you to answer today so that I can make a determination under Wayness whether the defendant has met his burden with regard to the records that he seeks. So here's my questioning of you, and I'll start, I suppose, first with Attorney Tipton, and we're going to go back and forth because I have some questions for the Commonwealth as well. But as an initial matter, you have indicated that you are seeking records that relate to...
Yo. Oh, that's Happy Dean.
Yo, what's going on, guys?
Hey.
Hey.
Dean, that's Sweet Woman.
Oh, shit. Sweet woman, it's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
I've seen you around. I'm a big fan of your stuffs.
Yep.
It's good stuff
He
you're
is a
doing
big
out there.
fan.
I've seen the stuff you're doing out there. It's top notch.
Right.
It's top notch stuff.
Couldn't do it any better.
You could not.
True story.
You're literally killing it out there.
I am.
With-
I'm breaking my back every day.
You're with your top notch stuff.
We're just goofing so we can let folks show up. I was kind of waiting on some of the key players to show up before we watch the verdict.
Waiting for the jurors.
Oh, Laleine's here. Laline, have you met Sweet Woman?
Who dat?
Yeah, Sweet Woman's here.
Hi, Laline.
Who is Sweet Woman? Never heard of her.
You haven't seen her around doing her stuff. It's top notch.
My top
Sweet Woman
notch
doesn't
stuff.
ring a bell.
It's
She
top
just did
notch
something
stuff.
over there the other day, and people were like, "Wow,
Wow.
What's the joke?
there is no joke."
Yeah.
Sweet Woman had
Nothing.
celebratory champagne on verdict day with me.
That's
Oh,
right.
so you're aware of Sweet Woman. Okay. Well, it would have been cool if you introduced me, Laline. I've been a fan of Sweet Woman's top notch stuff for fucking years.
How many times have you been on this channel with her in the panel recently?
Like a
since she
handful
started
of
coming
times.
on?
Just a
Okay.
few times. It's not enough to get to know somebody.
Yeah. Nobody introduced us.
Yeah, nobody said I did now, so
Yeah. Thanks, Danny.
they're cool.
Thanks, everyone
Okay.
here but Laline for introducing me
Yeah,
to Sweet Woman.
that's like saying good morning to everybody but Uncle Joe, who stayed up in the bed for 40 years, but hopped right the fuck up to go to the chocolate factory.
I got a huge beef with that guy.
Couldn't get up and
I was
work,
like, what?
but he could get up to go
Chocolate?
to the chocolate factory
Let's go, Charlie.
and start dancing as soon as he gets out of bed too.
Yeah, wobbling around for a minute because you've been laying in the bed for so long.
Your muscles would have all atrophied, and there's no way you would have been able to stand up, much less dance.
Yeah. Well, we were watching this
That-
Brian Walsh.
Yeah, I had
stuff.
to get off for a second. I couldn't listen, but y'all were talking about what it's going to do to the case. So do y'all understand how serious this really is?
Oh, it's huge.
Oh yeah, it's huge.
Yeah. Okay.
No, it's
Because basically the way they got all of the evidence was through the phone data, whether it
that's
was
what
his
Gary Vee said.
GPS. Right. So even the stuff they found in the dumpsters that's still being tested, like the blood and bone and all the stuff on the receipts, it's fruit of the poisonous tree if she doesn't
Mhm.
allow that in. So it's a huge deal.
Ooh, Proctor's in trouble again. Proctor's in trouble again.
Which is
How many
ironic
more
that they
times is this going to happen? How many?
But
Do we
they
know how
do-
many
you
cases he
can't-
was working?
Well,
Like
I've
in the
seen
last
defense attorneys
4
say
years?
that. I've seen defense attorneys say that if anyone who is in jail that Proctor was touched the case, they should be filing for. I forget the
Retrial.
legal terms, but it's not just retrial, but a motion to
Toss out all of his shit.
to
Right,
bring
or
it
at
all
least
back
have a
up
hearing
again.
on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Old Proctor. Good
I
job,
mean,
Proctor.
I saw Buchanan get rehomed. DeChico rehomed. So I think it's all coming to light.
Huh.
And
That
it's
is
going to
crazy.
take something big like a murderer actually getting off with it. That's what it will take to people to get really mad around there and
Yeah.
across the world and put pressure.
Speaking of Proctor, here's 1 minute of what it cost Massachusetts to try Karen Reed.
I'm Ted Daniel. 25 Investigates is working to find out how much Karen Reed's retrial cost taxpayers. We sent public records requests to multiple agencies. One set of numbers is in.
We received a detailed accounting from the Dedham Police Department. Of course, Dedham is where the trial took place. 31 Dedham officers worked overtime shifts, providing security outside the courthouse. The total cost to the town, nearly $93,000. 4 sergeants earning more than $90 an hour. State police had the largest
Damn.
law enforcement presence outside the courthouse.
$90 an hour, $3,600 a week,
Mm-hmm.
That's insane.
$14,000 a month, 160,000. Oh my god.
I mean, I could understand them getting paid something like that for overtime in a dangerous environment, like a riot situation, like their riot gear and their lives are at stake.
Or
But to get
Oakland.
paid that for sitting out there, no.
That's their rate. They get paid that regardless whether they're doing like a construction detail or
Yeah, that's
whatever.
working a concert. That's just crazy.
Yep.
Yeah. Carrie
But
B.
that's
Carrie
just
B's
the
all over that.
retrial.
Carrie B's all over the Walsh case too. So we need to get Carrie B up here one day. That's what we
Yeah.
need to do.
But they're just
Well,
asking for numbers on the retrial too. So that's not even the first trial. The experts, which they didn't really have many experts in
We
the
know
first
how
trial
much
who
one
weren't
of them costs.
MSP. Right.
It's
But then you got
ridiculous.
Hank Brennan's salary, you got Lally's salary, McLaughlin's salary. I mean, it's well over $1 million that
Well,
they
I
spent
wouldn't
on
really
Jared
count
Reed.
Lally and them because they actually work there.
But it's still part of the trial,
I
like
mean, they could have been getting paid their salary to be doing something else.
Yeah.
where they
Yeah,
were
I mean, there's no
leads
doubt about that.
and other cases weren't just sitting while all three of them were dealing with this one.
Yeah. There's a lot going on up there where Sweet Woman's at. I ain't gonna lie.
It is.
There's
But
a lot going on.
Get those numbers back. We also
That's it.
I was just saying it's at least a good direction now.
Well, it's getting
Yeah,
exposed
no kidding.
for sure. Because now if you got Brian Walsh, then you got Karen Reed, Sandra Birchmore, Brian Walsh. And I think it's like one more than that little group that they're just you're gonna have to get a whole new police department.
Yeah.
I mean, by the time they get through with it, everybody that worked there, say 2 years ago, won't be there.
And I think that's it
Seems like that's
MSP
their
is
plan.
huge. So I've
Yeah,
heard
but sneaking
Turtleboy
them
say
sneaking
before,
them out
like,
the back door every now and then, and rehoming them, and then firing them. That
right.
ain't gonna
I
work.
don't know how corrupt the whole MSP is because like even Turtleboy said he was a big back the blue and was really close to a lot of MSP officers. So that's what I don't really know, obviously, is how corrupt is the whole thing? Is it just the cell working for Norfolk County as their detectives? Because those are obviously the ones where everything's coming back to.
Yeah.
But then you never know what's going to happen with Enrique's grand jury. So maybe more's going to come out with that.
What's up, Sassy? I'm glad Sassy's here. Now if we can just get Gingy here and possibly Janine. I don't know, Janine's probably still at work. But if we can get
She's been in Discord a good bit earlier than Mary B's at the softball game.
yeah. Well, I sent her the link, but I hadn't said anything to Gingy. Hope she knows. But if we can get Gingy, we can roll on with the other stuff.
Yeah, I'll message her in Discord.
asked the state trial court system for their cost, but we're told the Superior Court does not keep documents that detail costs on a case-by-case basis.
The Norfolk County DA's office is on our list. We've asked to know how much it costs to prosecute Karen Reed, including the totals paid to experts and Special Prosecutor Hank Brennan. We'll let you know when those numbers come in. For 25 Investigates, I'm Ted Daniel.
I'm Ted Daniel. Nope, not yet. Try it, didn't you? YouTubers. All right, ain't much left in this. Y'all got me in this now. We're gonna stay on this, Lawleen Dean. The Sweet Woman said so.
Alrighty.
Carrie B is gonna be our info source. She's gonna have to do some.
Melanie Little's covered a lot, but you know how long her streams are. So Brother Counsel's
Yeah.
on it, Defense Diaries on it, and Justice Served. Like there's a lot of people starting to cover it.
They following us.
Troopers Proctor,
right.
Kennick, Tully, DeChico, Kotkowski, and more.
The gang.
And I want to know very simply
Gang.
as to each of those individuals, what role do you believe they played in this investigation? So start with whoever you like.
It's a very fair question, and I'll try to answer it succinctly. Proctor was initially what I term as the lead investigator in the case. He was involved in a variety of significant events in this case, both initially and later on, including being present for witness interviews, collection of evidence, assessment of evidence. From my reading of the, I think now about 260 pages of state police reports, I believe that he signed off on a number of other reports, which means he was supervising other members of the Mass State Police investigation team that was assigned to investigate this case. He's an integral part. He was just, for lack of a better word, he was the major player at the outset of this particular case. As for more, I will basically say that my reading of the reports in the grand jury, it looks to me like Moore was, his tasks were limited to, and I might be missing something, but I think his tasks were limited to going out and collecting surveillance tapes from private individuals that might have recorded particular events, as well as places like Stop and Shop, Home Depot. I'm forgetting some of the others, but I think he is referenced, I believe he is referenced 20-something times in reports that he either wrote or that he was with another trooper when they went out and collected evidence and interviewed witnesses relevant to that surveillance evidence. But I'm representing that it's my belief, our belief, that he's limited to that. And I think that if you were to create a hierarchy of out of these four particular people that we've named, I think he's probably number 4 on the list. Kukowski is referenced and authored some reports that include being present when people were talked to, when there were searches done. So he's much more involved, and he's also making decisions about what to collect, what not to collect. And as for, and I'm trying to find my reference. Yes, he's referred to specifically, and when I say that, he's authored close to 22 reports, or he's referenced in 22 reports during the early days of the investigation of the case. I'm going to mispronounce his name because I've done it so many times, but DeChico. Well, I got close. DeChico is, he's right below Proctor when it comes to his involvement. He is referenced in at least 43 of these Mass State Police reports. He was I think he was present at the home of Mr. Walsh from almost day one, beginning January 5th or 6th. He's brought in and notifies people about the Cohasset investigation and the request to get involved. And thereafter, he's involved in collection of evidence, interviewing critical witnesses, tracking down witnesses, conducting searches. So he is right below Proctor, and he is signing off. The way I interpret a lot of the Mass State Police reports we've received and the grand jury testimony, he is signing off, so to speak, on a lot of the reports that are being submitted. That's the way I interpret it. So he's a very integral part of this investigation.
Michael, I already like this judge because she laid out very clearly, this is my reading of the law. This is what you have to show me. And defense, I'm going to ask you a specific question. Let's start with, what do these law enforcement officers have to do with this case specifically as it relates to Brian Walsh?
Yeah, so first she wants to know what their connection to the case is. Then the defense has a tough job here because they have to show what they were doing and then some specific reason for getting into other records, not the regular discovery. You're entitled to whatever they collected and notes and stuff like that, but they want internal affairs records. So they have to have some specific reason or some reason to believe that these guys did something wrong, not just the fact that they were collecting.
Which they might be guessing. We don't know because they don't have those records.
No. They might be guessing. Well, that's going to be a good one. Something
Just
to
look at
watch.
the timing of all this, though, because Turtleboy's hearing yesterday, crap, the old guy, Cosgrove, wants 2 weeks to look over what Bradle and Betterow filed for the text and email communications being unimpounded. And Proctor's appellate hearing, first hearing was today. So you've got everything developing with Brian Walsh's case with the evidentiary decisions being made. You've got Proctor's appellate and the possibility that in 2 weeks, all of this stuff can come in those text and email communications. So it's going to be really interesting. And whenever the grand jury finishes what they decide.
Cool.
I
Well,
can't wait for that stuff to become for them to release it from the. I'm not going to make up a word, from being impounded.
you like that awkward silence? I just let it do that on purpose. It was cool.
It's my fave.
Sassy's got a cold. All right. Well, I guess we dicked around long enough. We almost, unless you want to just complete a full hour of dicking around. That way we can say we tried hard.
I saw that brother council breakdown's like 28 minutes. You could speed it up and get it in 10.
Hell yeah. Well, that's coincidentally what I was doing already.
Great minds think alike, Danny.
Yeah. Me and Brother Council do have great minds.
Wah, wah, wah.
He is good though. I like him. He's all right.
I like him.
Yep. He just
Him and his brother,
lays
like
it out there.
his brother has a lot of AJ's qualities. I really like their breakdown on AJ's interview.
Yeah, his brother does good. They get a pile of people on there too when they're together.
Yeah.
So, remember when he was talking about he didn't make any money off of this and blah, blah, he's got that. Sure should have changed. Let's see how many subscribers he's got now. Oh yeah, he's going on to 40,000.
That happened quick.
Yeah.
Because he came out of the blue and about the first part of this trial, the retrial.
Dang, I hadn't resubscribed to him until now. Yeah, so if you aren't subscribed, go subscribe.
It's that missing tooth again.
It's a habit. I do it sometimes. I forget who used to do that.
Testimony.
Shelby the Swamp Man Stanger from the logging people. What was that damn show? Came on forever. I know Lawlene knows who Shelby Stanger is. He's the airboat man from down in Louisiana. If y'all hadn't seen that, then I'm gonna find some clips because that shit is hilarious.
Yeah, I think it's better than your Tiger King stuff you were making us watch, personally.
Better than the what?
Than the Tiger King stuff.
Oh, there's nowhere near as good as Tiger King. Don't say that. Or I will
I just
load
couldn't
all
get
of that
into
stuff
that.
back up.
Oh, did you see that somebody just got sentenced? Who was it? That doc guy? He just got sentenced to something.
Nice. The one with he had like 12 women harem. He had his own little.
No, not that. I don't think it was that guy.
Yeah, it was Doc. Doc had his own zoo, and all of the zookeepers were his little women. He had the long blonde hair. Yep, that's
Oh
him.
yes. I was thinking. I thought you meant the loser with the bandana that always was wearing the bandana on his head.
That's what's his name? God, I forgot all their names now. But
Don't get
Doc
him
is
and
the
Toy going
one.
on this. They're like
Doc had
diehard Tiger King people.
Doc had the giant alligator, the crocodile on his. It was like 18-foot crocodile, looked like a Volkswagen laying out there. So all of his stuff, he didn't have to go and bury it and all where it could be found. He just fed it to the crocodile.
That's right. Yep.
Yep.
He got sentenced for a year in prison for animal trafficking.
Yeah.
Hey, Connor.
Connor, what's up? Connor's gracing us with his presence. Everybody say hey to Connor.
Hey, Connor.
Connor Macananus and cheese. Macananus. All right. Let's see what Brother Counsel has to say about this.
To be breaking down one of the motions to suppress that was filed in Brian Walsh's case. Now, there were a couple motions to suppress that were filed and a couple responses, and there was even an evidentiary hearing that was held. I know it's hard to believe coming off the Karen Reed case, but there are certain judges in Massachusetts that do hold evidentiary hearings when a very important matter is brought up in front of them. And that's what happened in the Brian Walsh case. Now,
believe it or not,
You
some
see
of
his
them do it.
brother? Oh my God, his brother gets on Bev, and it's hilarious.
Cool. I like that.
this motion is extremely
Y'all
significant.
know we're going to end up watching a case she's over again. It's got to happen. Especially if we're going to start watching new cases, because she's got to take cases, huh?
She got changed in the rotation, though. I think she's doing
she's probably
something
doing
else
civil
right now.
civil stuff
civil?
or something.
I think so. Yeah.
We'll get you again.
My precious.
It's so important and it's critical. If the defense gets this motion granted,
If Bev, oh my God, because y'all know I like Betterow, but I always call him Betterow Baggins.
Yeah.
Mhm. And everybody, I saw everybody last night in Turtleboy's chat whenever Betterow and Turtleboy walked back to the table from
And
the
Better
sidebar.
is like 4 or 5 inches shorter than Turtleboy.
And Turtleboy looked like he was 6'5",
Yeah.
but really Betterow is 4'5". So I just always imagine him having that ring in his pocket and like tapping on that ring every now and then. And when he needs to know something, like to get really super smart, you don't know it, but he slips his hand in his pocket and slides that ring on, and there's all the knowledge he needs.
I just
Mr.
feel bad for the
Baggins.
trolls who think that attacking his height is something that is new to
Oh.
him, because you know that's been his whole entire life.
Yeah, it
He's
didn't
like,
just
come
start
at me
happening
with that.
today. Like, damn, we just noticed that Betterow's short. I thought you were 6 foot easy. But same thing could be with Brother Counsel. What if he showed up and it's like, this dude's got to be 6'2", right? And he shows up and he's like 5'3".
It was like Raul's attorney standing next to him for the verdict. He's like having to reach
small
up to put his
cigar.
arm on his shoulder.
Yeah, some of the best attorneys are short. It's just the way it is.
Well, as they had to fight for making up the
No,
difference somewhere else.
No, the genetics said, do you want to be smart or do you want to be tall? Pick one.
I don't believe that.
Can't be both.
and
Yes,
these
you can.
searches get suppressed, well, Brian Walsh's chances of acquittal go up significantly. So this dropping of the ball by the Massachusetts State Police, troopers like Trooper Michael Proctor or former Trooper Michael Proctor and Yuri Buchanan are involved in this. We're going to be seeing soon. And it would really be unfortunate if these very incriminating searches, Google searches, do not get admitted in Brian Walsh's case. So we'll see what happens. The judge took this under advisement, but I want to go through some of the motion and explain to you some of my understanding of this issue and maybe why this motion actually may get granted. But before we do, I'd want to give a little bit of a shout out to a very special creator. Take a look at this baby AI picture created by the channel I believe is called Karen Reed AI. It's a channel that's on TikTok and on YouTube. Some really adorable stuff. And this is a still shot that the channel sent me. I appreciate that and appreciate all their hard work. So definitely go check out that channel, subscribe. Some really cute stuff there. All right. Now, let's move on to the motion. Now, what you have to understand about this specific motion is that there were some searches that were done. We're not sure who, but it seems like by Brian Walsh. But there's some searches that were done on one of the devices that were around Brian Walsh the morning when his wife, Anna Walsh, disappeared. So just
His
to give you a little
son's
bit
iPad.
of the the time frame here. We have December 31st, 2022 was the last time that Anna Walsh was seen alive. As the story goes, January 1st, she left the house. She woke up early and had some sort of interaction with her 6-year-old child, and then left, never to be seen again. So there's a lot of details into this case, which we're not going to get into now because it would probably take me an hour just to get through all the details in this case. But I really want to jump ahead to the issue of this motion to suppress. So let me pull up some of the searches that were found on one of these devices, and you'll see why these are so incriminating for Brian Walsh. So here are some of the searches that were located on his device. Best state to divorce a man, to divorce for a man, sorry. How long before a body starts to smell? How to stop a body from decomposing? How to embalm a body? 10 ways to dispose of a dead body if you really needed to. How long for someone to be missing to inheritance?
How long till the body starts to smell is a very concerning thing for anybody to type.
Oh, it gets worse. He types like how to get rid of specifically a body with his wife's weight. Like it's like craziness.
How to get rid of a brunette who's 5'3" and weighs
Right.
135 pounds. His
It
name's
lives at
Karen.
my address.
Lives in the she's in the room over there and she's not gonna make it. Jesus.
Acid dump, Hingham dump. Can you throw away body parts? What does formaldehyde do? How long does DNA last? Can identification be made on partial human remains? Dismemberment and
Calypso's here.
And Calypso.
Yay.
best ways to dispose of a body. How to clean blood from wood and floor. And these are all, look, January 1st. Luminol to detect blood. What happens when you put body parts in ammonia? Is it better to throw away crime scene clothes or wash them? So these are just some of the searches that were discovered on Brian Walsh's devices. So you can see how incredibly incriminating these are. Now,
it's better to put them in a plastic bag and creepily walk to the dumpster looking around strangely and then toss the bag in.
No, the only one he didn't throw a bag in was one that had already been emptied that morning because he's on video checking a dumpster and he's like, nah, they already got this one. I'm gonna have to go to the next one.
Dummy.
Moving on, let's see what happened in this case. So the question is, okay, well, these are searches, so why would they not be admissible in trial? Well, it all comes back to the Fourth Amendment. Fourth Amendment provides a right for every individual against unreasonable searches and seizures. So a police cannot just search your phone because they're bored. They have to have a probable cause. Now, a lot of times they get a warrant, but sometimes they get consent. So in this specific case, for this device and these searches, the way that these were discovered initially, and that's an important part. We're not going to get into the second argument in this motion to suppress. We'll probably have to do a different video for that. But for the purposes of this video, we're just going to be concentrating on the idea of consent. A person can consent to a search. So if you're coming off the Karen Read case, some of the questions were, well, why didn't Brian Albert offer to search their house? Just consent to the search. Forget about warrants. And a person is allowed to do that. If you're trying to help the investigation, you're trying to aid the investigation, well, definitely you can offer your consent for the police to search your house or whatever it is. So these were initially discovered because the police, in this case, we're going to say former Michael Proctor and Yuri Buchanan and Trooper DiCiccio, among others, they felt that they had consent to search the devices. And that's exactly the issue here. Was there really consent or not? Now, there was 4 different interviews that were done with Brian Walsh at his house January 1st, January, in the first few days of January. We're not going to get into the exact details. Doesn't really matter so much for this video. But there's a number of different interviews. And the most important interview was the following. Okay, so this is actually in the Commonwealth's opposition. So they're simply, and you cannot see or hear all these interviews. They're impounded. We cannot see them. But what's filed in these papers, we could see. So this is how the interview goes. And then you can kind of see for yourself whether Brian Walsh gave his consent from these interviews. Okay, so let's go through it. And this is Trooper DiCiccio. Okay, well, I know you said you're willing to, do whatever you can to help the investigation. We thank you for that. And, part of what I think is trying to understand, Anna. Now, you have to understand before we go further, is that initially Brian Walsh seemed to have been very cooperative with the police, seemed to have been very caring. Where's my wife? I'll do whatever you want to help my wife. And this can either be that it was just all a game. That's what the Commonwealth believes, that this is all just one game. And they have very good reason to believe that. But nevertheless, it's still not going to take care of this issue. If there's a Fourth Amendment violation, then this is something called fruit from the poisonous tree, and it's not going to be allowed. If the police get something from you through a search that was in violation of the Fourth Amendment, even if it is as incriminating as we just saw, it's not admissible. It's called fruit from the poisonous tree. So this is going to be the argument whether there's consent. All right, so let's continue. I think if you would allow us to look through your phone and consent to us downloading your phone and seeing some of the communications between you and her and like her tone. And I believe you said in your interview that she said that she may have used your phone occasionally too. And then Brian Walsh says, yeah. Send and receive stuff. Yeah. I think it'll help us really create a permanent timeline of events of the 1st and the 31st and the 1st, and maybe get a better insight into Anna. Is that something you'd be okay with? So this looks like he's asking for consent, right? Now, also what's important, something you have to focus on while we're going through this and listening to the testimony and seeing some of the affidavits here, is what exactly is the scope of the consent, which means I can tell the police, you have my consent to search my kitchen area. That's the extent, that's the scope of my consent. You could do that. And therefore, if the police search any other part of your house, then that's a Fourth Amendment violation and therefore would come under this doctrine of the fruit of the poisonous tree, which would not be admissible. So concentrate on what exactly is the argument for what he did consent the search to entail. Okay, so let's continue. So just to be clear, you want to download everything on my phone. So this is Brian Walsh saying. So just to be clear, you want to download everything on my phone. Trooper DeCiccio, we will download with the extraction. We'll download all the contents of your phone. Yes. Now let's see if he gets consents to that. Defendant, oh, that's a lot. Okay, not consent yet, right? What we're focusing on, though, and this is a different detective who comes in. What we're focusing on, though, is, well, what we're interested in, yes, it downloads everything, but what we're interested in is locating Anna and finding the information specifically in there that would help us do that, the Anna-specific content. Then what does Brian Walsh say? That's a huge amount of personal information, gentlemen. And then the detective says back, it's a big ask, but there's a lot on the line. Defendant, no, there is a lot on the line. You know what I mean? What's your concern? I don't know. Is it your other legal issues? Because Brian Walsh also had some other legal issues that he actually just pled to. Some federal issues with selling art that was not. He had some other federal issues. Okay, let's just say that. So we're going to see that come up a little bit more as we continue with the interview. That's one of them. Brian Walsh responds, I guess my request would be, I'm willing to do anything, but my only request would be, like, because Tracy Minor is his attorney for the federal case. Tracy Minor called me today about what's going on. Detective Schmidt, who is that? Brian Walsh. Tracy Minor is who's representing me in my other legal issues. Okay, yup. So she said, before you do anything, this is Brian Walsh talking. So she said, before you do anything like this, you have to talk to me. I want to do everything I can support this 100%, but I got to call her about it. Detective Schmidt says, she said, before you do anything like turn over the phone or anything? Defendant, no, like before you do anything. I mean, because she always wants to be here to talk to law enforcement. I said, well, I'm going to talk to them and give them whatever they want, but I just have to ask her quickly about that. I'm sure it'll be fine. Or she might say, can we just do the information that you're asking for? Detective Schmidt, right. Now, Trooper DeCiccio. Well, that's all we would be interested in. We'd be interested in your communication with Anna and the date of, the 31st and the 1st through the present. We're not interested in your other past and other your other issues. Defendant, no, I understand. So Brian Walsh says, yeah, I understand. And then Trooper DeCiccio continues. And that being said, I believe we would, you're represented by counsel in that matter. I don't, I'm not a legal, despite being a police officer, I'm not a legal expert, but talk to your attorney. But I believe that would require a search warrant for that stuff to be used against you, and that's not what we're looking to even get into. So this is Trooper DeCiccio kind of giving legal advice, but with the disclaimer that he's not a legal expert. But, for anything like that, we probably need a search warrant. And now they're not even asking for a search warrant. Continuing. How long would it take for you to download it? It would take, once we hook it up to the machine, which is in Canton, it would take, depending on how many gigabytes of data, is it a lot, or like 128 or something? Detective Schmidt says, yeah, it's a smaller one. Trooper DeCiccio, then I don't know. It could be 30 minutes, 30 to an hour. Okay, so an hour of time to Canton. Yeah, call it an hour to download. Yeah, I mean, I think it would be useful to our investigation, and I think it would be, helpful if you would consent to it. So again, they're asking, if you would consent to it. Defendant, all right, well, I want you to know that that is my intention. Trooper DeCiccio, sure. Then Brian Walsh says, and my only request is to talk to Tracy and let her know that that's what I want to do. At least let her give me what my risk of exposure would be in life right now. And again, Detective Schmidt, just so you're aware, if it's at any peace of mind, like we don't have a crime. We're not investigating a crime. This is a missing person. So initially, they're investigating a missing person. So he's just kind of trying to calm him down. And what the defense would argue is lure him into a false sense of security that, we're not even thinking about a crime. It's just a missing person. We're trying to help find the person, etc. Then the defendant, no, I understand. We're here out of a community caretaking function. Again, Detective Schmidt trying to let him know, we don't think that you committed any crimes. And then the defendant, no, I just were abundantly clear, like then the defendant, Brian says, I'm fully, Trooper DeCiccio, okay. And then Brian says the following, no, I'm fully aware of that and I appreciate it. And I want you to know I'm not going to, I'll be very quick with it. And if Tracy and I can talk in the morning, then what would the process be? I would just give you the phone, or would I come to Canton, or I need to be away? I do a lot of work on the phone as well. And then Trooper DeCiccio says that, yeah, we could potentially bring a portable device here. Okay, continuing. Okay, great. And this is Brian Walsh saying, okay, great. So will you gentlemen honor my request to give me a moment to talk to Tracy about it? Trooper DeCiccio, well, no one's taking your phone from you. And then the defense says, no, but I'm only interested in finding Anna, and I don't care what it takes, but I just have to make sure that you know that I listen to all the advice that I have coming my way, which is a lot. I do apologize, but I most likely will be able to do that, and I'll be able to do it tomorrow, and that is my intention and my declaration. But that's, again, going to happen tomorrow. So that was essentially the, again, it's not the full interview, but that is portions of the interview, which it discusses this specific issue about whether there is consent or not. Okay, now, what happens after this interview with Trooper DiCiccio and Detective Schmidt? So again, we see from here, there's no clear consent given. They talk about some communications, specifically communications that they're interested in on a specific type information. Well, then what happens after this is that there is some communications between Brian Walsh and his attorney, Tracy Minor. And then Tracy Minor gets in touch with the troopers. One of them is going to be, we're going to see Yuri Buchanan, and they talk, and then they memorialize what the search is going to entail in an email. Okay, so now we got to go to the email. So let's take a look at the email now. And this is the exact email that was sent from Beeland. Beeland is the district attorney. Attorney Minor. Okay, now this is the exact email that Beeland sends to Tracy Minor. Attorney Minor. Okay, so there were some communications on the phone, and now this is what is being memorialized. As requested, the Norfolk District Attorney's Office agrees that in the investigation into Anna Walsh, any conversation between the attorney and client Brian Walsh is excluded from the search and examination of Brian Walsh's phone and Thomas Walsh's iPad. That must be his son. It is further agreed that any conversation between Brian Walsh and his wife, Anna Walsh, 1 week before she was missing, shall be excluded from the search and examination of Brian Walsh's phone and Thomas Walsh's iPad. Should you have any questions, please contact me. So what does it say specifically? It says what is not included in the search. Now, does it say what is included in the search? Does it say what the scope of the search is? Should we infer that everything else is included in the search, or should we infer that only other conversations excluding this conversation? So I think there still could be an argument here that we don't know what specifically was included in the search, what the agreement is for the parameters of the search. Is it all other communications, all other conversations, and just not these conversations? Or is it an entire download of the phone excluding these conversations? So I think there can definitely be an argument here for ambiguity. Now, what does Attorney Minor say back? We consent to all communications on or after 1225. Well, that seems pretty clear what she is consenting to. All communications on or after 1225. Now, you can say, well, maybe she meant specifically the communications between him and Anna Walsh, but she's not talking about other communications. If you want to go back further than that, I will have to get you a list of attorneys, as he has used a bunch of them. So is she talking about Attorney Tracy Minor? Is she talking about all communications that are between her as an attorney-client, between her and Brian Walsh, and between Brian Walsh and Anna Walsh? And that's the extent of what she's agreeing to? Or is that part of the consent? And she's saying, yeah, we agree with that. So this, I think, again, could be ambiguous. Now, let's move on, because this is all what's memorialized. But the case law is that it doesn't actually have to be memorialized. It doesn't have to be that there's a paper specifically that says that. So we have.
The word ambiguous always makes me think of Saturday Night Live's ambiguously gay duo. And the little shorts.
Oh, absolutely. I don't even like to use that word for that reason.
Mm-hmm. It makes me feel weird.
Those shorts were hysterical.
Oh, God. I wish we could play some of that. Fucking hilarious. Dean would love that, wouldn't you, Dean? Yo.
Oh, definitely.
Yo. He must be moking. He either fell asleep or his ass is smoking.
To get now,
I walked back upstairs.
Oh my
as you
God.
were saying, Dean.
Just made it back. We were not talking shit.
You son of a bitch. Did Sweet Woman join in on the shit talking?
Oh, yes. It was good.
I looked up to you, Sweet Woman.
No, I was just
good at
saying you would like these clips from Saturday Night Live.
I looked
like
up
y'all's
to
new
you.
relationship isn't flourishing like you thought, Dean.
You piece of shit.
Yeah, because she's really good at talking shit about you when you're not listening.
That hurt.
Which is usually always on this stream. So, I mean, who's catching their breath?
I was gasping because the news was so.
Are you the
shocking.
great Gatsby now?
Yes.
Are you trying? Jesus, man.
Yeah, let me do it again.
Better. Way better.
Yeah. Yeah, I
More
think so.
feminine. Way more feminine than the first time. I didn't think that was possible, but you did it.
I did.
Femininity is your strong point.
Of those conversations that happen. So now we have to play for you what your Buchanan testified about what, I'm sorry, give me one moment, what he believed the communications were, okay, between him and.
It really all started, Dean, when Megan showed up. It's like, clicked it right off.
I didn't even see Megan.
Yeah.
That's how under my radar you are, Megan.
Yeah, Megan. I wish your did we ever finish the conversation with her mom about the spelling of Megan's name?
I don't know. Is her mom in the chat?
No, I was just wondering.
Megan.
Lisa was here the other night, though.
Summon your mom.
Yeah. Tell her we got some spelling issues we need to go over.
The Tracy Minor. All right. So let's
She's
take a look
on
at this.
vacation too,
Take
isn't
you to
she?
the trial channel. Another shout out there.
Oh, they're all on vacation together.
I don't know if it's her mom or just Dakota's mom, but they might both be.
So y'all just take your moms on vacation? Which I guess that's fine if mom's paying for
The
it.
trial channel who provided this. That's what we're using here. And let's take a look at this.
And so what were you asked? What did you ask Attorney Minor in the first conversation, if you remember? In the first conversation, I identified myself and asked her to provide consent for Brian Walsh's phones. At that point, I had knowledge of at least 2 devices, the one that was missing, that was located on the second, and then the 6-year-old cell phone. Okay, so to be clear, you said the one that was missing was located in the second. Who did you believe that's?
You might should have just tried to play Popeye in a couple of movies and get rich.
Hmm.
He'd have made a good Popeye.
I just think
Or
about
Lisa.
those carnival mirror things where you walk and like your face all gets smushed into the middle,
Yeah.
like your mouth and lips, nose, eyes, everything just goes to the middle. That's what he looks like.
That's what I see when I look at myself on this video. Crazy mirror. What's it called? The fun mirror?
The
It
fun
ain't
house.
that, it ain't that
Yeah.
fucking fun. Okay? It's not that fun.
I just like standing on the outside and watching all the kids run into mirrors.
That's pretty cruel, Lolly.
No, it's not. My kids included. I like sitting out there and watching them face plant.
Dang.
Even crueler.
Way crueler.
It's funny.
You-
Y'all have never done that? Y'all have never sat outside a fun house and watched the kids like face plant on fake exits?
Not once.
Well, y'all should try it. It's great.
Never.
Y'all should record
Go
it too.
and creepily watch kids play in a jump room.
Well, I'm there because my kids are there. I'm not like some
Yeah,
person
well,
trying to
It's
pick
not.
up
It's not a
kids.
creepy thing. She's just there to watch children suffer. It's
Yeah.
not. It's not a creep
We
thing. It's
go,
a
Dean.
cruel thing.
What I'm saying, Dean, if we go and
Oh
grab
yeah, it would be creepy.
it would be
See,
creepy.
It would be
Angel's been there
fucking weird.
before. Angel
we're
knows
not
how
doing
funny
that.
that stuff is.
We are not doing that.
Oh, Danny, you got grandkids and stuff too, so surely at some point you
So
can go and
bring them to Lawlene's house of
horrors.
concussions.
No, just go to the
No, I
state
don't
fair or
want my
local fair
granddaughter
and
who has
watch.
CTE because they played with Lawlene's kids in the head smash mirror room. No.
I'm telling y'all, next time y'all go to a fair, y'all are going to stand outside of one of those and watch now because it is hilarious.
You will not catch me watching children.
They're so confident too that they've got the exit down and then they just face plant.
Oh my god. Let's don't do that.
Cell phone belonged to Brian Walsh. And the second device, what was that device that you were concerned about? That was a device that
We'll
contact.
be like, won't see Dean for like 8 years. Where'd you go?
Do not.
Yeah, I
approach
listened to
the
Laleen,
children.
and now I'm on a fucking list. Thank you,
Do not
Laleen.
approach
I thought
the
you were getting a
children,
funnel
Dean.
cake and you were gone for 8 fucking years. Look, against Lawlene's advice, don't leave the mirror room. You left. SWAT got you.
You don't have to go in it. You stand on the outside because you can watch it all from the
I know, and
outside. It's
creepily
hilarious.
That's
peer
that's
inside.
even weirder. You just.
No, it would be weirder if you went into it.
I
with the
watched.
kids
I
and got
watched.
lost with
I
them
watched
and
an
approached them.
episode of To Catch a Predator like that once. The person
Right
just
outside
watched.
the carnival mirror room.
Chris
The fun
Hansen
house.
invited them inside.
Yeah.
Those are some of the best back then. Those were hilarious.
Yeah, those are
and
really
then the
funny.
people who fell for it like 2 and 3 times, the same show.
Yeah. The best is like you got a cop
not
dressed up
gonna
as a
learn.
fucking bush. Like he's in disguise as a bush.
Oh my God.
Contacted Diana with a missed call on the call log, and it was also now present inside Brian Walsh's vehicle in the SUV. What did you say to Attorney Minor that you wish to do to these devices? I stated that we wish to do a full system extraction, phone dump, more commonly used as a phone, known as a phone dump of those devices for digital evidence data. And what?
Speaking of that, Bukaki Ducksworth disappeared, and I think his he had to go.
That was some X drama.
Was it?
Yeah. That's what he said in Discord, I think.
Yeah. I don't really want to talk about it because I don't know him, but
He
was
said he
gone for a
learned his
while.
lesson and it won't happen again.
Yeah.
I think he missed the verdict though, because I think it was like 30-something days, so he had to have missed the verdict.
It's weird bringing this up after the conversation we just had, and it draws some
Not saying there's
implications
any
that aren't there.
relation. No, not saying there's any relation.
Yeah, it's just a weird time to bring that up. You know what? You get what I'm saying?
I love
The
it.
Attorney Minor
But I
trusted you
did
in
it.
the first conversation. She stated she needed to talk to her client, and she would call me back. And did you explain anything else you were looking for at this point in time? No, I did not. So how long did it take for Attorney Minor to contact you back? It was somewhere between 5-10 minutes, maybe a little more than 15 minutes, but I did receive a call from her within a short period of time. And what happened in this next phone call? She stated that it would be fine to, they would consent to those extractions. They just wanted it documented, and she requested a documentation to be generated. And was there any limitations on the digital? Was there any limitations on what you were allowed to look at? Yes, it was communicated verbally in our agreement that we were not to look at attorney-client communications prior to December 25th, 2022, and no communications between Anna and Brian Walsh prior to that day as well. Besides those two issues, was there anything else that you were not allowed to look at when you spoke to the Attorney Minor? No.
Well, there you have it from Yuri Buchanan, one of your favorite Massachusetts State Troopers, and he's saying, well, look, I spoke to Tracy Minor, and we told her we're going to do a full system extraction, a full dump, having everything. And the only reservation that Tracy Minor has is that she did not want any attorney-client communications as part of that dump, as part of that extraction, and she also didn't want anything before December 25th between Brian and Anna Walsh. But that was Yuri Buchanan's recollection of his conversation with Tracy Minor. Okay, so
Yes, he does, Tombstones. It used to be an ice cream truck.
Oh no, it's still got ice cream on the van.
Yeah, you still got the PA with the music. That's how it gets them to the van.
Yeah. For everybody else, it's still an ice cream van. Definitely not something else.
It does the whole "does your chain hang low?" You know.
I don't
like
think.
ice cream song.
Well, the windows are blacked out because
that's not what the song is, Lolly.
Yeah, the
That's what
windows
it sounds
blacked
like
out
when it
because
comes
of
through
the
my
heat.
neighborhood.
Dawn Marie's back. Oh my gosh, she came back several times now.
Hey, Dawn
Yay.
Marie.
Yo.
You've got one victim in Tombstone. I don't know if that's the kind of victim you want, though. Tombstone can be intimidating.
Well,
She
the
might be your
windows are only
Tombstone.
blacked out because it's hot, and you have to protect the ice cream, right?
There are no windows, you fucking idiot.
No, there's definitely a circular window.
Oh,
Yeah, I was going to say it had the little round one.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna have you guys tell me what my van fucking has and doesn't have, okay? After you talk shit while I was fucking gone, sweet woman.
Does it have a shag carpet?
No,
wish,
he
that'd be
did
tight.
spill the chloroform in there one day and
On
woke
the
up the next
walls.
day just bewildered. It was awesome. Because every time he'd wake up, he'd be like, damn, I spilled the chloroform. He's back out again.
if you just go based on Yuri Buchanan, well then, yeah, I mean, she understood that we are going to do a full system extraction, and we're going to look at everything, not just the communications. And that was his testimony in the evidentiary hearing. Well, let's see what Tracy Minor has to say. Now, she didn't testify in that evidentiary hearing, but we do have an affidavit that she filed. So let's take a look at her affidavit. So here's the affidavit, as you can see. Hope you can see it. It says, I, Tracy Minor, state the following to be true to the best of my knowledge and belief. And she goes through, I'm a licensed attorney in Massachusetts, etc. I know Brian Walsh. Okay, now let's get to the actual substance. It's good for context. Let's see what happened here. So now I know Brian Walsh. I represented Brian prior to and after January 6, 2023 on a federal matter. On January 5th, 2023, I contacted Brian after learning about the disappearance of his wife, Anna Walsh. I understood at the time that Brian had spoken with the police in an attempt to help find his wife. I recall that either on January 5th or 6th, Brian called me and told me the police had asked him to let them search his cell phone and an iPad belonging to his son, Thomas. Brian and I agreed to have Brian come to my home to discuss the request. On January 6, 2023, Brian came to my home. He brought the devices. I had serious concerns about permitting the police to search any of Brian's devices based in part on Brian's pending federal case and my experience as a criminal defense practitioner. After explaining to Brian his rights and my concerns, I recall looking through text messages on Brian's cell phone. At some point on January 6th, 2023, I negotiated an agreement with Assistant District Attorney Lynn Beeland regarding the search request and any consent to obtain and conduct a search of the devices. My understanding and that of my client, Brian Walsh, was to give the police permission to search the devices solely for the communications during a finite time period. So again, what was my understanding? My understanding and that of my client was to give the police permission to search the devices solely for communications during a finite time period. I have reviewed an email chain between myself and ADA Beeland, dated January 6, 2023, timestamp 3:39 p.m., etc., with the subject line Walsh phone search agreement. The content of the email reflects my understanding of the agreement to search Brian's phone and iPad. I informed Brian of this email and the agreement. The agreement was that any search of any device was limited to communications only, and that any search of communications was limited to communications beginning on or after December 25th, 2020.
I had a dyslexic moment with Connor's comment. I thought he said, "Does your van have licorice rape like mine?" I was like, it's like, that's fucking.
Is that a special kind?
Yeah, I guess so.
We got to get somebody to go check on Connor. I think he's lying about just sitting at home with nothing but socks on.
The licorice rope dispenser was in Wayne's World.
But Tombstones is right. If you want to kidnap adults, pull up in a taco truck. You'll get them every time.
Not the taco trucks here.
Oops. I did that on accident.
I'd say this group, I think you could pull up in a pet grooming van and probably get everybody.
Megan has a pet grooming van.
Okay, so we all got vans. That's cool. We're like a gang, a very dangerous gang.
Now we just need some leather jackets or van.
I got a couple of those.
We can get some van life stickers made. That's always cool. Living that.
I did not agree to permit a search of Brian's devices for any information other than communications. There was no further discussion or agreement with ADA Beeland or any law enforcement officer regarding the scope of the search of the device. So here you have Tracy Minor saying, no. I didn't have any communications with any law enforcement officer other than what's it called? ADA Beeland. So according to Tracy Minor,
Mary B's worried we're going to get into a lot of confrontations as the van gang.
Gang.
Because we don't put up with no shit. And we can take people home from the bar, if you're drunk. I got plenty of room. Just get in the back.
Yeah.
Smell this bottle.
Gang.
Sorry, none of this actually happened. So now what do we have? So what we have now is we have a dispute. We have an ambiguity, and we have a dispute between Bury Buchanan, who's saying, yes, I told Tracy Minor that we are going to download everything on that phone except for those communications, and that's what the scope of the search is. And you have Tracy Minor saying, no, that was never the agreement. We never had that understanding. The agreement.
We're not putting that on the jacket.
No, that has to go on the fucking leather jackets, dude. Gangbang.
The person we get to stitch that on the jacket is going to be very confused.
Probably very concerned.
Yeah, we would be reported immediately.
The police are getting a call for sure.
We pull up in all of our vans with leather jackets for them to stitch.
And have surveillance on it right after that.
We're gonna have a hard time deciding which model van goes on the patch.
That's terrible.
Are we doing the new Connects? Or are we doing like the
No, the
That-
ones like
Scooby-Doo.
early 90s, late 80s,
No,
the round.
Scooby Doo, man.
No,
Yeah,
the round
Scooby Doo
window.
fan.
All right. What's the tattoo? Think about that.
Was only for communications, not Google searches. So now that's why we are where we are. So was there consent or not?
The
Now, generally
tattoo would be a
speaking,
rat
there's
orgy.
ambiguity. It is on.
Oh, what?
A rat orgy.
Oh my god. I don't even want to know what
the
that
police
looks
department and on the Commonwealth to prove that there actually was consent. And now the trouble is,
like. What do you think AI's version of that would be?
I don't want to imagine it.
is that you have Tracy Miner saying one thing and you have Yuri Buchanan saying the other thing. And that's the extent of what I saw. That's all I heard and all I saw. So you have one against the other. He said, she said. Is that enough proof for the Commonwealth to, I think they have to prove it by preponderance of the evidence to prove that it's more likely that they actually did have consent to search more?
Sorry, one more
And then Brian
one
Walsh
more
also
thing,
filed
Danny.
an affidavit in this case saying that he also only understood.
As we're talking about this very depraved van life, we'll just call it van life. I got an Amber Alert.
Who's not at home?
It's fucked up.
I got LoJack on mine. That way if somebody
That
takes
it's limited to communications and nothing more. Well, that's why you have a problem here. And that's why, generally speaking, you got to be very careful with consent. And when you are doing a consent search, there's usually, very often, this came out in the evidentiary hearing, there's a consent form, which you sign, saying I am consenting to you searching my device. And in that form, it also says what's included and what the scope is. It's not just an email saying, yeah, we're going to exclude this. Well, what is included? So it definitely smells like there's an ambiguity here.
We got to get a notepad, Lolene. We got to get alibis lined up. We need
I'm on it.
We
I'm
need
on
it
it.
notarized too. We need some video evidence and everything. This shit is serious. We're all here.
And if it's ambiguity, a lot of times that can be in the favor of the defense because the Commonwealth has to prove it. And all they've got right now, from what I've seen, is Yuri Buchanan. Now, there's some other arguments that they make in their motion about this issue specifically, but this is why this is a very important issue. And it's unfortunate because I look how incriminating these searches are for Brian Walsh. And if you have the police not doing their job appropriately and not getting the right documentation, not being very clear about what the search is, well, then all these searches may get thrown out as fruit from the poisonous tree. Now, there is another issue with this motion also, that the Commonwealth is arguing here. It's not just the fact that there's consent, there's another novel type of argument, which we're probably going to get into at the next video. And that is that even if this search really was not, was in violation of a constitutional right, the Fourth Amendment, even if this was in violation, but something that is inevitably going to be discovered at some point, then there's an argument that you cannot, it's not considered fruit of the poisonous tree just because we saw it a little bit earlier than when we were able to get it. So if there's some other basis, and what they're going to argue here, part of the argument is, and I'm going to probably do another video about this, but another argument is that since in the process of their investigation into the missing persons, they would have anyway gotten these devices, which they eventually did get under a real search warrant with probable cause and all that good stuff. And there's challenges to that also, which we can also get into in another video. But part of the argument here about the Commonwealth is that even if there's not consent here and there's an ambiguity which is going to go against the Commonwealth and in favor of the defendant, well, if this is something that's inevitably going to be discovered at some point anyway, well, then it should not be considered fruit of the poisonous tree, and therefore it should still be admissible in trial. So, but in terms of the consent, there's a real problem here with the consent. That's what I see. And there's definitely ambiguity. And if this was the only issue, this is the issue alone, then the Commonwealth may have shot themselves in the foot here a little bit. And again, that would be unfortunate to Anna Walsh and those seeking justice for Anna Walsh. So we'll see what happens. Again, the judge did take this under advisement, so we're not sure what the judge's ruling is as I'm making this video. So we're going to be waiting on the opinion on that. But there is some other arguments here, some other elements that we have to discuss, and maybe that will be for the next video. So that's going to be it for now on this specific issue.
Make sure that you subscribe to Brother Counsel if you're not subscribed.
And if y'all haven't seen the video with him and his brother where they go over AJ's interview, it's a must watch. It's hilarious. And they get into possible civil things that could happen with Karen's civil suit, but they also get into what Karen can file against people. So it was really interesting.
I'll have to check that out. I have not watched that one.
Yeah, we got to watch that one for sure. Well, I think it's time. I'm trying to wait on Gingy, but
I messaged her.
she don't like us anymore.
So
actually, we should have just asked Dean where she is.
I have no idea. She did message me questions about stuff I was helping her out with.
Yeah, I know. So I know you can contact her. I thought y'all were in 24/7 communications.
I mean, I could call her if you want me to real quick.
No, it ain't that big of a deal. No.
Why don't you go ahead, Lolly? Because Danny's not gonna rest until fucking Gingy gets here.
We're about to.
Alright.
Gingy is the guilty person, though. That's what I'm saying. Lawleen
I
and
thought
Gingy.
Sassy was the guilty person.
No,
I thought
Sassy
Gingy
is
was-
not guilty.
Sassy is the not guilty. Gingy is the
Okay.
guilty. That's the yin and yang. Yin yang.
Gang, gang.
I'll call Gingy. I might have to be let back on, but I'll call Gingy.
No, don't call.
No,
her.
well, yeah, call her. Call her right now and say Danny fucking demands you get your ass in the chat. He won't shut the fuck up about it.
Like he's gonna
Ooh,
like
looks
pull
like
my
Dean's having some
subscription.
technical difficulties, guys. He'll be back
My
soon.
membership to the cult's gonna be revoked if I don't call you. He said.
No, I don't know anything about that.
Right.
Yeah, nothing.
We all
about
saw
it.
you threaten Lawleen's membership.
Jurors are getting restless, like Lisa said. So it's time to do it.
Let's do it.
We're doing it.
Let's do it.
LL
Alright.
Cool J style.
Hold on, we had this damn discussion earlier. Is it tone?
It wasn't LL Cool J though. Y'all were talking about.
It was tone low.
I know LL Cool J had the doing it and doing it and doing it. Wow, that song.
And doing it and doing it and doing it well.
Yeah.
Y'all really are trying to get kicked off here.
Where's
It was
Janine? She
catchy.
represents Queens.
I messaged Janine
Don't know.
too. She was in Discord, but I feel like she had a massage later in the day because she's been.
And
silent
everybody's been
lately.
asking where's Petty. She is on a camping trip.
But do we have anybody who was raised out in Brooklyn?
No.
Not that I know of.
Damn.
You want to call somebody from Brooklyn too?
No,
You
I
want
don't know
Lawleen to
anybody
look
from
it up?
Brooklyn.
You want Lawleen to do that? Call somebody in Brooklyn? Just
Yeah, okay,
anybody?
so you call Gingy for Danny and then find somebody from Brooklyn for me, Lawleen.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Any random person.
Like
Just
Beastie
They all
Boys.
have YouTube. Tell them to get in here. We're about to do it. We're doing it now.
I'm doing it well.
Look how dramatic that is.
Dun dun
Mary
dun.
B, imagine that Mary B has an ex
Dun,
from
dun,
Brooklyn.
Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. That's
Oh, you're gonna quit?
what is that? That's
Judge Wapner, the People's Court.
yeah, People's Court. People's Court.
I think you're lying about your age.
What do you mean?
You seen him on video.
That was
Lying about
AI
it, he's
stupid.
actually 27. He's trying to be 32. He's like, I'm 32. I'm
His
very mature.
references to some things seem so like way out of the spectrum. Like there's no way you don't know this stuff, but then he knows Judge Wapner and Welcome Back, Trotter.
I also know Hogan's Heroes.
You watch a lot of TV with your parents, huh?
Yeah.
When he was a wee little guy,
A wee little lad.
much smaller than he is now.
No, not
And
not
Lovers
where it
doing the Rain
counts.
Man.
Not where it counts. Still just as small.
Shut it.
On the record in the matter of State of Connecticut versus Valle Valley. I'd ask counsel to please identify themselves for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Mark Durso for the State of Connecticut.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Tatiana Messina for the State of Connecticut.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Kevin Smith for the defendant, Raul Valle, is at my side.
All right, so counsel, as you are aware, we have received a note from the jury which indicates that the jury has reached a partial verdict. And when I say partial verdict, in summarizing the note, which does indicate to some extent the deliberative process, it appears that the jury has reached a verdict as to murder at count 1, manslaughter in the first degree intentional at count 1, assault in the first degree intentional at both counts 2 and 3, and assault in the second degree intentional at count 4. At this time, the court's intention would be to accept the partial verdict and declare a mistrial on any lesser included charges upon which the jury is unable to reach a verdict. I will note that the note additionally indicates that after lengthy deliberations, the jury is hopelessly deadlocked on the other charges. So I would give each counsel an opportunity to be heard at this time. Also,
You're muted.
So we're going to let the jury tell us that they don't want him charged for murdering, like they should have done in Karen Reed's first trial.
What was
Even though
interesting
they're
about how they did this, though, is she went through a breakdown of like the charges and where they were hung. So both attorneys knew what was coming. I mean, any person who understands the process knows exactly what's about to come. So it's
And I'm with
basically
Connor. This is Small Seagal's time to shine. I've stopped it several times during testimony. I mean, he's done a pretty good job. I didn't expect him to do that well, but he was
that's why I was surprised by
good.
the dad's statement that you're gonna play after this. But yeah,
Yeah.
he was when that court TV thing I posted yesterday where they were going over AJ's stuff, Turtleboy's stuff. They went into this case and they were all very complimentary of Small Seagulls.
Yeah, they tend to be saying all the things that I say. I see what they're doing. I would do that too, though.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would be requesting that the court now at this moment
So they were very mean to AJ.
give a Chip Smith charge
Well, they're stupid.
There you go.
to the jury. They've been out 2.5 days now, I guess, a little over 11 or 12 hours. There were 25 witnesses that were called in this case. There's a mountain of evidence that needed to be reviewed. And we went from hopelessly deadlocked after an hour and 45 minutes to now having a partial verdict. So I would submit that perhaps there'd be, if the court was inclined to give that Chip Smith charge, that they could go back and maybe come to a decision on the charges for which they are deadlocked on.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the defense would object to a Chip Smith at this point. The court has already twice sent them back with essentially a Chip Smith light sort of instruction on the basis of Feliciano. And I think that the jury has indicated now on a number of occasions that they are rather hopelessly deadlocked as to those charges, which they still cannot come to any resolution on. My understanding of the note is simply that giving them enough.
Look at that guy. He's not taking a picture of Small Seagal. He's taking a picture of the ring.
Yeah, it's kind of slanted. You can tell the camera.
You see it? It's directly pointing at the ring.
I can see it in the reflection of the lens.
Oh, I see it now.
Yeah.
That's why they got that cop right there. In case Small Seagal starts just throwing leg kicks.
Other charge is not going to change that, and so we would object.
so in response to the request for the Chip Smith, which is basically another attempt at the court to ask the jury to continue its deliberations, the court is hereby denying that request on behalf of the state. In keeping with Feliciano, this court has not once, but on 2 occasions provided a chunkier or a wider Feliciano charge. On day 1 of the jury having this case, the court received a note that it was hopelessly deadlocked on the murder count. The court, upon agreement with counsel at that point in time, instructed the jury to continue deliberating. At that time, I instructed the jury to review the evidence, discuss and consider the opinions of other jurors, to explain the views and listen to the views of other jurors, including the majority, to listen to what the minority had to say, as well as the minority to listen to what the majority had to say. Subsequently, on day 2, after about 5 hours of continued deliberations having passed, the jury did send a second note indicating the following: that the jury was deadlocked on murder at count 1, indicating that the jury had reached a verdict at count 2 and count 3 as to assault in the first degree, deadlocked as to lesser included charges, and with respect to the last count, count 4, again indicating a possible verdict as to assault in the second degree, intentional but deadlocked as to the first lesser included charge as well. Once again, that note was discussed with counsel. Once again, upon agreement by counsel, the court extended to the jury another Feliciano type of charge, which included more language than the standard go back and deliberate charge. The court once again looked at the jury and instructed the jury to continue deliberating, to review the evidence, see if any evidence was overlooked, make sure that no evidence was misunderstood, and to explain the views and listen to the views of all other jurors. The jurors did continue their deliberations, and they did review some evidence, which we came back on the record to produce for them. So at this point in time, the court is not going to go ahead and give them a third instruction to continue the deliberations. The court is going to accept the verdict.
And just one more thing, if I may put on the record, Your Honor, with regards to the court's intent on declaring a mistrial on the remaining charges that do exist, the state's intent would be, if that were the case, that we would be filing an amended information to include those charges.
All right, well, I don't know when you would be filing that amended information, but we're going to accept the verdict before any amended information is filed.
Thank you.
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
We have a verdict. We're going to take that verdict. Does anyone else have?
This is what Small Seagal wanted to tell him right here. I'm going to do this. I might get in trouble. Yeah. That's what he's, that's his
Definitely think
objection.
somebody needs to look into the lineage of small cigars.
Telling you, that's just some of Small Seagal's old work that I just showed you. Back when he used to do movies and stuff.
Have anything else to say?
Nothing from the state.
Not from the defense.
All right, at this point, we'll bring the jury in, please.
It's okay. You'll reach puberty one day, attorney.
They have the worst camera guy.
Why?
Huh?
Why do you say that?
Because he has to go like up and across the ceiling and down to get to a computer screen to show us the stuff.
I mean, he raised it then because the jury was coming in, but yeah, I don't like how they didn't have a screen that he could zoom in on when we were trying to watch stuff, and it was only the prosecution's computer screen.
Yeah, and it keeps getting on the wrong screen and somebody walks in front of it. We missed a bunch of shit because of this guy. He needs to go to training.
Here's as though all of our juror members are present. I would seek the counsel's stipulation as such before I begin.
State will stipulate to the presence of the jury, Your Honor.
Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
So I first would like to inquire as to the foreperson. The foreperson, please just stand. Thank you. All right, so Mr. Foreperson, I did receive the note that was signed by you, and it was time-stamped as well. The note indicates to the court that the jury, although unable to unanimously agree on some charges, has unanimously agreed as to a verdict on murder at count 1 and manslaughter in the first degree intentional at count 1. Also, as to counts 2 and 3, the jury has a verdict on assault in the first degree intentional. And then lastly, as to count 4, the jury has reached a verdict as to assault in the second degree intentionally. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So at this point in time, I would ask you to be seated. All right, the court at this point in time is going to move forward with the verdict that you do have relative to the counts and the charges that you have relayed in the note and that you have just confirmed on the record. So Madam Clerk is going to be providing to you additional instruction as she accepts that partial verdict, okay? Thank you. Come on.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as your names are called, please indicate your presence by answering here, rise, and remain standing. Identify himself for the record.
Yes, here. James Stone.
All but the foreperson may be seated. Mr. Foreperson, in the case of State of Connecticut versus Raul Valle, has the jury agreed upon a unanimous verdict as to murder at count 1, manslaughter in the first degree intentional at count 1, assault in the first degree intentional at counts 2 and 3, and assault in the second degree intentional at count 4?
Yes, we have.
Will the defendant, Raul Valle, please rise and face the jury? Do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Bam! Small cigar, baby.
Oh, it's not on here. Sorry. It's okay.
Sassy was right.
In docket number AAN
We all
CR
said that.
22-0189-418T, count 1 of the substitute information charges the defendant, Raul Valle, with the crime of murder in violation of section 53A-54A (a) of the Connecticut General Statutes. Do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
As to count 1 of the substitute information charging the defendant with the lesser included offense of manslaughter in the first degree intentional in violation of section 53A-55 (a) (1) of the Connecticut General Statutes, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Okay, Madam Clerk, please pause. All right, I'm going to direct the court's inquiry to the foreperson at this time. Mr. Foreperson, your note indicated, and that's Exhibit 10, Court Exhibit 10, your note indicated that the jury, after lengthy deliberations, was hopelessly deadlocked on manslaughter in the first degree reckless in violation of Connecticut General Statutes 53A, 55A3 as a lesser included offense at count 1. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so you were unable to reach a unanimous verdict as to that particular charge, is that correct?
That's correct.
Madam Clerk, please continue on with count 2.
Count 2 of the substitute information charges the defendant with the crime of assault in the first degree intentional in violation of section 53A-59 (a) (1) of the Connecticut General Statutes. Do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Madam Clerk, please pause. Mr. Foreperson, Court Exhibit 10, again, the note that was sent to the court, provided to the court and marked, indicates to the court that after lengthy deliberations, the jury is hopelessly deadlocked on the charge of assault in the first degree reckless in violation of 53A-59A3 as a lesser included offense at count 2. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, so you were unable to reach a unanimous verdict regarding that particular charge as a lesser included offense. That is correct.
That's correct.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please continue on to count 2.
Count 3 of the substitute information charges the defendant with the crime of assault in the first degree intentional in violation of section 53A-59, paren A, paren 1 of the Connecticut General Statutes. Do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Clerk, please pause. Again, Mr. Foreperson, Exhibit 10, Word Exhibit 10, your note to the court indicates that with respect to assault in the first degree, reckless under count 3, after lengthy deliberations, the jury is hopelessly deadlocked on that charge of a lesser included offense. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
So you were unable to reach a unanimous decision as to assault in the first degree, reckless in violation of Connecticut General Statutes 53A, 59A3 as a lesser included offense under count 3. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please proceed to count 4.
Count 4 of the substitute information charges the defendant with the crime of assault in the second degree intentional in violation of section 53A-60, paren A, paren 2 of the Connecticut General Statutes. Do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Madam Clerk, please pause. Mr. Foreperson, Court Exhibit 10, the note that was forwarded to the court indicates that at count 4 as to assault in the second degree reckless. After lengthy deliberations, the jury was hopelessly deadlocked on the above charge. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, so is it correct that the jury was unable to reach a unanimous decision as to assault in the second degree reckless in violation of Connecticut General Statutes, section 53A-60A3 at count 4?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, you may proceed.
Your Honor, may the verdict be accepted and recorded?
Yes, the verdict shall be accepted and recorded.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, listen to your verdict as it is accepted and recorded. As to the first count of the substitute information charging the defendant with the crime of murder in violation of section 53A-54A, paren A of the Connecticut General Statutes, you say the defendant is not guilty. Is that your verdict?
Yes.
As to count 1 of the substitute information charging the defendant with the lesser included offense of manslaughter in the first degree intentional in violation of section 53A-55, paren A, paren 1 of the Connecticut General Statutes, you say the defendant is not guilty. Is that your verdict?
Yes.
As to the second count of the substitute information charging the defendant with the crime of assault in the first degree intentional in violation of section 53A-59, paren A, paren 1 of the Connecticut General Statutes, you say the defendant is not guilty. Is that your verdict?
Yes.
As to the third count of the substitute information charging the defendant with the crime of assault in the first degree intentional in violation of section 53A-59, paren A, paren 1 of the Connecticut General Statutes, you say the defendant is not guilty. Is that your verdict?
Yes.
As to the fourth count of the substitute information charging the defendant with the crime of assault in the second degree intentional in violation of section 53A-60, paren A, paren 2 of the Connecticut General Statutes, you say the defendant is not guilty. Is that your verdict?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please rise. You heard your verdict as it was accepted and recorded. You heard your verdict being read back as to each of the 4 counts. Is that your verdict? So say you all.
Yes.
Thank you. You may be seated. Anything from counsel at this point?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor, may we be seated?
I'm sorry.
May we be seated?
Yes, you may be seated. Thank you. All right. On no request by counsel, the court is not going to hold the jury. I won't have the claim. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'd like to address you. Take a moment. Your verdict has now been recorded. It's been accepted by the court. The court will deal with the outstanding remaining charges once I discharge you, but I want to say a few words to you before I do that. Your oath that you've been obligated to keep during this time. You've been obligated to stay silent, not discuss this case. I am now relieving you of the duty of your oath, so you are released from your oath. It is, of course, up to you to decide whether or not you wish to discuss this case with anyone or your role as a juror with anyone. You certainly have no obligation to do so. And please be aware that any comments that you shall make may become the cause for further proceedings concerning the verdict. I would like to take this time to recognize you and thank you for your very important service, serving as a juror, especially on a lengthy trial such as this. This takes you away from very important other aspects of your life. So I want to thank you for the time commitment that you gave to this case. I know that we originally asked you for a commitment through July 1st, and you have graciously given us your time for a rather extended period beyond that July 1st date. Inevitably, a decision by a jury will gratify one party and disappoint another. It's a very difficult job that you have. It's a difficult job for a juror to be asked to make a decision, such as important ones like this. And I understand, and so does everyone involved, that the decision that you made here today is not an easy one. These are decisions, however, that are extremely important to our society, as well as the individual defendant. We all recognize that it's not an easy one, and we thank you for taking the time to reach the decision that you did reach here today. We're very grateful to you for performing that very important assignment. I want to also thank you for your careful and diligent attention to these proceedings. I know that sometimes it's very difficult to get through evidence. It's not always as exciting as it's portrayed on TV or in the news. You as jurors have to stay alert and awake and dedicated to every moment of evidence that's presented before you. And I constantly remained vigilant of all of you and your attention. And I want to thank you for providing us the attention that you did. So at this point, I want to let you know that you are discharged again from your oath. You are allowed to leave. However, there are documents that we do need to provide to you, and I would also like an opportunity with you to give you those documents with the clerk. I would appreciate it if you would stay back here at the courthouse for a little bit. There are some matters I do need to tend to on the record, but if you would just give us a little bit more of your time just so that I can get you those documents, I would appreciate it. Although you are under no obligation to do that. So that's an individual choice. You will be escorted by the marshal. I will ask that you remain in the room for a little while so we can clear our halls and I can clear the courtroom and then hopefully get a chance to speak with you. Thank you.
Boy, I would fall the hell out. You know your knees got to be just gone. You know, legs shaking. That was your whole life right there.
I can't imagine how nerve-wracking that is. Oh my God, I can't handle it.
Yeah, you're gonna need a Mentos after that. Pep things back up in life.
Well, I think he's pretty, I mean, it's hard to say excited. I'm sure he's not excited, but like,
Oh, he's
relieved.
absolutely relieved.
Relieved,
Charles
yeah.
is excited because they're going to come at him with another offer at this point, and it could just be time served. But I was just
Well,
typing in the chat, like he's still got manslaughter, first-degree manslaughter, reckless on the table, 2 counts of first-degree assault reckless on the table, and 1 count of second-degree assault reckless on the table. That they could
nobody else has
recharge him
any
on.
assault charges coming. There was 30 people fighting.
Yeah. And all those charges don't really carry much of a sentence.
I'm just, and then
Well,
they've got
the
all the
first degree
civil stuff.
assault does. If it's, I don't know why it doesn't say bodily injury on it.
Well, if it's reckless and not intentional.
Yeah, but he did bodily injury, so I mean, they could have charged him with that. Assault with
But
bodily injury. is a big one.
I think.
They have a whole bunch of civil suits, and they said that they're going to pursue everyone responsible because the immunity only applies in the criminal cases.
Yep.
So they could have
Oh,
civil suits
damn.
against everyone with immunity.
Look who finally showed up.
I knew that was going to happen.
But they could have civil suits against the gas station or whatever it was they stopped at and got the alcohol. The parents of both houses. I mean, it's going to be big from a civil aspect too.
Who was the kid on the stand that said that somebody's parents gave them alcohol?
Well, they
That
gave it
was-
I don't
back to
know.
them.
I listened to the girlfriend's testimony today, and she was saying that they stopped, like the people in the Honda Pilot stopped at a gas station. She couldn't remember who got out, but they bought alcohol, and none of them were of age. So something happened there. So, there's going to be a lot of civil suits with all of this.
I think the judge tells him some cool stuff, Toy said, so we got to watch the rest of this real quick.
It's very short, but yeah.
Attorney Smith, at the end of evidence, at the close of evidence, you moved for a judgment of acquittal on the 4 charged offenses, paying most attention to the murder charge at count 1. The defendant has since been acquitted as to all of those charged offenses in the substitute information. What is your position relative to the motion for judgment of acquittal on those 4 offenses?
Withdrawn, Your Honor.
So the court's noting that for the record. With respect to count 1, manslaughter in the first degree reckless, Connecticut General Statutes, Section 53A, 55A3, count 2 and 3, assault in the first degree reckless, Connecticut General Statutes, Section 53A, 59A3, and count 4, assault in the second degree reckless, Connecticut General Statutes, Section 60A3. After the jury's inability to reach a unanimous verdict, the court would like to memorialize on the record the following. On day 1 of the jury having the case, after about 2 hours of deliberations, the jury sent a note stating that it was hopelessly deadlocked on the murder at count 1. The court, upon agreement of counsel, instructed the jury to continue deliberating, instructing the jury to review the evidence, discuss and consider the opinions of other jurors, to explain views and listen to the views of others, including the majority, to listen to what the minority had to say, and the minority to listen to what the majority had to say. Subsequently, after a total of about 5 hours of deliberations having passed, the jury sent a second note to the court indicating that the jury was deadlocked on murder at count 1, not guilty of first-degree assault intentional, deadlocked on first-degree assault reckless at count 2, with the same indication for count 3 on the same charges, and not guilty second-degree assault intentional, deadlocked second-degree assault reckless at count 4. Once again, upon agreement of counsel, the note was disclosed to counsel. Obviously, it was reviewed, it was discussed, and I directed jurors to continue deliberating, instructing the jurors to review the evidence, see if any evidence was overlooked or misunderstood, to explain the views and listen to the views of all other jurors. The jury continued their deliberations into the 3rd day. And now, once again, on this 3rd day, after more than 11 and a half hours of deliberations, the court received a note from the jury, now Court Exhibit 10, indicating a partial verdict, and that as to the other charges, the lesser included offenses, that after lengthy deliberations, the jury was hopelessly deadlocked. Due to the jury's inability to reach a unanimous verdict, even after extended deliberations, as to manslaughter in the first degree reckless, Connecticut General Statutes 53A, 55A3 as a lesser included offense at count 1, assault in the first degree reckless, Connecticut General Statutes 53A, 59A3 as a lesser included offense at counts 2 and 3, and assault in the second degree reckless, Connecticut General Statutes Section 53A, 60A3. The court, in accordance with the Connecticut Practice Book, Section 4245, and with no objection by counsel. Counsel, do either of you want to object? I know before you indicated you didn't. Objecting to a mistrial?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Hereby finds it necessary to declare a mistrial as to those offenses and all other lesser included offenses charged to the jury under counts 2 and 3, to which a verdict was not returned. The court does not take the ordering of a mistrial lightly. The court is not ordering a mistrial simply for the sake of ordering a mistrial as a matter of convenience. Rather, the court, based on the history of deliberations as cited herein and the notes provided by the jury, finds that the circumstances make it impossible at this point to reach a verdict fairly as to all parties. And as such, with a finding of manifest necessity in accordance with our rules, does enter the order of the mistrial. I'd also like to take a moment to address everyone. I first would like to address counsel and thank them for their courtesies to the court and to each other during the course of this trial. Also to the family members, all of them, the spectators that have been present in this courtroom every single day. I want to thank you for heeding the court's expectations as to courtroom decorum. I know that this was an extremely emotional trial, and I appreciate the conduct that was displayed continuously throughout this process. Once again, I understand that a jury's verdict will never fully satisfy one side or the other. Not everyone will walk out of here satisfied today. And I apologize for that, but this is the process that we have, and the court believes it to be a fair process. I also want to indicate that my appreciation to courtroom decorum extends to every single member of the media. I think you've portrayed this matter as fairly as possible in the news, and I think that your courtroom decorum here in following all the rules that were placed on the media by way of court order have been met with professionalism in terms of your business and your duty to your job. So I want to thank you for that. At this time, I'd ask counsel if there are any other matters that the court should take up.
Nothing from the state at this time, Your Honor.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
Lastly, I would like to address Mr. Valle. Mr. Valle, you too have shown respect to the process in terms of your decorum and your behavior and conduct here in the courtroom. You have been acquitted of the 4 charges that were held against you and stated in the substitute information. So at this point in time, I wish you the best of luck moving forward.
Thank you.
Counsel, thank you. Thank you to everyone. Court stands adjourned.
All rise. Court's adjourned.
Bam. Yo, we finished one. That's pretty good.
Yeah,
Pretty good.
pretty
Yeah, we did a
good.
good job, guys.
Yeah, I
mean,
was worried if we
Arthur
were
was
going to be
able
able to
to.
find other content to watch that everybody could get into, but when y'all are arguing and everybody's talking about it, I think you got into it.
Yeah,
Say
we did.
our jurors were able to get further than their jurors did. And
Yeah,
all.
Benji, he is
So,
free to go. Unless
yeah,
they recharge him, which they're going to. They already said they would.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't hear them say they were going to recharge in that statement that I sent you,
No,
but unless you heard something else.
no, somebody else posted that.
I mean, they got to offer him a plea deal at least.
Yeah, they'll offer him another deal before they charge him. But
They
Not
should just
40
do
like that's
time
what I was
served.
saying. They need to charge all the other 30 kids too, because it wasn't just him out there fighting.
Right.
And I'm still with Connor. Me and Connor kind of said the same thing at first. You really shouldn't bring a knife to a fist fight. You don't bring a
Yeah.
knife to a gunfight. A gun to a knife fight. Same thing. But Sassy's also right. When you get outnumbered big time, and then you actually have a self-defense claim if you're helping somebody else. You can be in the defense of others. So that's
Not in all
what
states, though.
Isn't this what
Not in
happened
all
in
states.
West Side Story? Someone brought a knife to a fist fight? Is that, or did they all have knives?
Where?
West Side Story. You know the musical?
I think
I,
they all had knives.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't watch musicals.
Why? It's so
No.
good.
Nope, I'm
No.
with Danny on this one. Little Shop of Horrors was about the only musical in Greece that I got to.
Yeah,
When you're a jet, you're a jet all the way.
That was John Travolta.
Oh, yeah, Jet. No, I'm not a Jet.
West Side Story. Charlotte. I don't know if Charlotte is. Have you
I can vouch for Charlotte.
Oh, you can.
Yes.
Nice. Well, welcome to hanging out with a bunch of weird people, Charlotte. Say hey to Charlotte, Dean.
Yo, Charlotte.
Never talk to this guy again.
Run from the white van with the ice cream music.
Yeah, he tries to sell ice cream, but it's not ice cream.
Oh, I'll get you, Charlotte.
Yeah. All right, pretty. All right, so we got some opening statements to watch too.
Wait, are we going to watch the dad statement first?
No, hell no, we're done with that. That's
Oh,
old
that's
news.
what was interesting to me.
I know,
Honk,
but
like,
we got like an hour and a half of opening statements and 2 trials to watch. It's gonna be good. So, rock paper scissors. Dean and Lawlene, rock paper scissors.
For what?
On
How did they do
whether
that?
Dean is the widow murder trial, and Lawlene is the bloody suspect murder trial.
oh my God, bloody suspect just sounds better.
They're both pretty good, but the widow case is in
My
like
AI like explanation of why they're different.
why? What's different? The cases?
Yeah.
Because it's
I
2
forget.
different cases.
Yeah, Mary B. They can't both be the same case. Stupid.
One of them.
You gotta go way back to explain
All right,
this.
forget it.
Imagine there's 2
Do
folders.
the rock paper scissors. Like, however.
One is in this folder. and
What
the
were they
other
called
is in
again?
this folder. One is the widower murder trial, and the other is the bloody suspect murder trial. We're gonna watch both opening statements. If we don't like it, then we won't watch them. We'll get more opening statements. Like Connor's.
Oh, thanks, Charlotte.
Connor, if he doesn't get that alibi set up for the van thing earlier, we're gonna get to watch opening statements in his trial. That'll be fun.
We can't be the jury on that, though.
Yeah, he's in Norfolk County. They're already on the way over there.
Yeah, I love Judge Bev.
Yeah, because they watched the show. Yeah. But rock, paper, scissors, go.
I don't know.
I'm doing it, dude. Like I.
Okay, we have to tell each other what it is. 1, 2,
Right,
3.
but I'm not going to say mine before he does.
You guys say it at the same time, man. Don't y'all know how to? I thought
Yeah,
you were
I'm
an
doing the
athlete.
motions.
Dean's not an athlete, Lawlene. You're supposed to step up and show him sportsmanship.
All
man.
right, on 3, Dean. Say it. Danny, count.
1, 2, 3.
Rock.
Bazooka.
Dang it. I win because he didn't play
Bazooka beats
fair.
rock.
I did bazooka. I win.
Bazooka beats rock.
And bazooka beats rock, Lolly.
Always.
I don't even know what
That's 2 out of
bazooka
3. How
is.
about
It's
that?
rock, paper, scissors, people. Come on.
Maybe we should just do it, Danny, since we're on camera.
You want to?
Yeah,
Sure.
that would make way more sense.
All right, let's do it. You
Do
ready?
bazooka,
Which one
Danny.
am I?
Ready?
Wait,
You're-
which one
you're
am I?
the second one. You're the second one. You're taking
You're
my
the
place.
bloody suspect.
Yeah.
Bloody suspect. Okay,
Oh, I like the name of
Okay.
that. Do bazooka, Mary B.
I got it.
What's
All right,
the
ready?
bazooka- what's the bazooka sign?
There
All right, here we
can't
go.
be
Ready?
a bazooka
Ready?
and rock, paper, scissors.
Ready? Let's go. Let's go.
All right, ready? 1, 2, 3, shoot. Come on, you gotta do
Mary
that.
B won.
Yes.
Mary B
I
won.
cut your paper, and you gotta show it in the camera. You can't have it below. Okay, ready?
Yeah.
You won, Mary B. Come on.
Okay, ready?
Ready?
1, 2, 3, shoot.
Oh, I think that's a
I win.
fist.
I
Where's rock?
Oh, that's a rock. I
That's
thought
a
he was
rock.
doing fisting. I was like, what the
No,
fuck,
that was the
Danny?
last one. I was trying to do that on the last one. So it's 1-1 now. Got to do it again. This sucks. You suck at this.
All right,
do it.
ready?
Ready.
1, 2, 3, shoot. Damn it! All right,
We don't want the widow one.
Nah, let's do the bloody.
Yeah, bloody sounded better anyway.
All right, well, I'm glad we did that.
Let's do the bloody. Fuck it. Here we go.
All right.
State wishes to make an opening statement. They may do so now.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court, counsel. On the evening of September 22nd, 2024, in Farmville, Iowa, 17-year-old Michelle Jackson was brutally killed in a vicious attack that shocked the small community of Farmville. Through the testimony of approximately 12 witnesses
and compelling physical evidence, the state will produce evidence showing beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant, Nathaniel Kyron Bevers McGivney, committed murder in the first degree and abuse of a corpse as charged in the trial information. Your Honor, we often say someone is caught red-handed. To me,
Is this courtroom traveling through a tunnel?
Yes.
Okay.
Obviously.
MJ!
Hey, MJ.
Me again.
What's
What are you
going
doing?
Hey,
Dishes?
MJ.
Are you doing the dishes? Are you gonna hang out with us while you do the dishes?
No, I'm not home. There's no
He's still on
dishes.
vacation.
Oh, you still floating down rivers and stuff?
Yeah.
Nice.
Mommy needs to come take care of me. My legs
Who?
hurt.
What?
Wally.
What are you saying? You need help?
Yes, Wally needs to come take care of me.
Blink
You got
twice if
out
you
in the
need
sun
help.
and the water today.
No, I put my
Are
clothes
you
on
gonna need
today.
any other help besides Lolly in the next 12 hours while she's driving up there?
No.
20? No, it's like
Wait,
22 hours.
what did you do, MJ?
Nothing. I'm just
Her
sore from
pale
my
ass got
sunburn.
sunburned.
Oh,
What do you think when she's probably pale and got sunburnt?
well, she's got a skin rash going on, and people have broke toes in her group. There's a lot going on there, Danny.
Well, it's probably good that you got some sun then. It help with the rash.
Yeah, but she mocked Dakota and wanted to put his sunburn in the Discord, then she gets burned.
here,
My
Your Honor,
karma.
the phrase is grimly literal. The evidence will show that Michelle Jackson's blood was found on the defendant's clothing, on items he was caught removing from the crime scene, including her bloody shoe and a green electric scooter that she had driven to the park that day. And most crucially, on components of a Mossy Oak brand replaceable blade knife that was recovered from the defendant's apartment and person, directly linking him to this crime. The evidence will show that these events began around 8:30 on September 22nd, 2024, when Michelle, who lived with her mother Annette Jackson, told her mother she was heading to the Farmville City Park on the family's green electric scooter. The evidence will show that Michelle was drawn to that park nearly every day, sometimes multiple times a day. It's the one place they say that she found solace swinging on the sole swing set working in the park. The evidence shows that these rusty chains affixed to the swing set produced a loud, distinctive squeak that echoed through the small town of Farmville, and that she would swing for hours there listening to music, immersed in just a solitary routine. And that this was a familiar sight, not just for the family, but for also the people in the small community of Farmville. The state will produce a security video from a home immediately adjacent to the Farmville City Park that captured what clearly shows a figure on a scooter passing by approximately 8:44 p.m., establishing Michelle's presence en route to the park. Michelle's mother will testify that she expected Michelle home by 10 p.m. that evening. That when Michelle didn't return, Annette, her mother, tried calling Michelle's cell phone multiple times, got no answer, though the calls didn't go to voicemail. With limited physical abilities, Annette called her other daughter, Shauna Bachman, at around 10:25, asking Shauna to see if she could locate Michelle. Shauna also residing in the city of Farmville, not far from the city park. Shauna Bachman, again, Michelle's sister, testified that she left her apartment where her and her boyfriend, Jordan Trudeau Adams, resided at around 10:35.
Is he gonna read this whole thing?
I think so.
Probably is.
It's ridiculous.
Didn't have time to study it. Angel, drop the Discord link for Charlotte in there so she can get in our Discord and really be freaked out.
She made her
Where
way
is this case
past the
happening at?
park.
The who?
Where is
Iowa.
this case? Iowa? Okay.
Angel says if the victim is a kid, I don't wanna.
Yeah, so if we like the opening statements, we'll go dig in some background stuff. Like this one just started today, so we can actually be like on the evening of on this one. I don't know how long of a trial it's supposed to be, but I think we could probably figure all that out if we like it.
All right. Well, he's gonna find the microphone too.
Yeah, they're gonna have to do better in their little stuff.
To her mother's residence.
We expect these courthouses to have some damn good production. They need to get on it. They really would be smart
Yeah,
for each
do
courthouse
better.
to have their own stream, you know? If you were smart as a judge and streamed all your stuff, that'd be cool. People would
Right?
watch them. And you could just watch judges, you know what I mean? You could log in to judge whatever and see what he's doing in court today. That'd be cool as shit.
Yeah, like that judge in Providence. You know that judge in Providence, and he lets everyone go. Like they're just.
I
trying
love
to
that guy. He's so
Yeah,
cute.
Caprio, and like they're going to like pay their parking tickets, and he's like,
Oh,
no.
the one with like the bow tie and he wears glasses. He's bald-ish.
No, not that one. She's talking about the
No.
older one.
Oh, the
Yeah.
old guy. The old guy.
He's an old guy, and he's like,
Yeah. I watched those.
And he's
I
like,
watched those.
oh, here, I'll give you money.
Yeah.
All right, y'all shut up now, Dean.
Okay, all right.
No.
Shut up, Dean.
No.
So that the two of them could get together and search Farmville for Michelle.
Connor doesn't mean you, Dean.
He certainly doesn't mean you.
Oh, he definitely does. He doesn't mean
Definitely
you.
not.
Yeah, it's not you.
You
I
got
can
like
guarantee
two
you that
jokes,
shit.
Danny.
I can guarantee you that shit. You ain't
You
said
got
anything
like
funny
two
in the-
jokes.
We've been streaming for 5 months and you ain't said shit funny yet.
What are you talking? I created a small cigar. What have you done?
Well, that was a
Nothing.
good
That
one.
was a
That
good
was
one.
a good one.
All right, I'll give it to you.
Damn right.
When passing the city park on her way to pick up her mother, Shauna would testify she caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure holding an object that caught her eye. And into Shauna, what she observed was unremarkable in that moment and no cause for alarm yet, as no exigency had really entered Shauna's mind. Unable to find Michelle near the park, driving through Farmville on her way to her mother's, she was unable to find Michelle. When at her mother's, she picked her mother up, and the two began searching in Farmville for Michelle in Shauna's car. The two headed back to the park area, checking the streets, and in Farmville.
He just asked Chat GPT to give him a summary of the case. Printed it.
Right?
Printed it.
Opening statement.
Like Jesus, dude.
This is not a small town, a little bit over.
Make 160 grand a year. Can't even fucking study the trial the night before like it's a test you forgot about.
This is ridiculous.
Is the defendant's name Nathaniel Bevers?
What?
Is the defendant's name Nathaniel Bevers?
Yes.
Okay, I was just Googling real quick to see what was going on here, and it looks like they opted to a judge trial and the judge has already convicted him.
Oh.
As of today?
That's what it says. Like, that's
Yeah,
why I was asking.
I
I'll
know.
send you the link real quick.
Spoilers.
Spoiler alert.
Jesus, Laleen. All we had to do was get through one day.
It's 30 minutes.
Both these trials
Ruined
are
30 minutes of
bench
content.
trials.
We already have a verdict.
Wow,
That's
way to
crazy.
ruin it.
While I don't find it really quick, let's just keep
Well, shit.
The two made another
And
pass by
I'll
the
send it
park
to you,
and
Danny.
headed south on Farnham Avenue. Eventually, the two turned left off Farnham Avenue onto Main Street, where shortly after making that left turn heading east, they observed a strikingly vivid green electric scooter, and it stood out unmistakably against the dim evening light. It's a scooter that is impossible to miss in that town, where no other vehicle has such a bold color or unique design. And it was then a surge of relief had coursed.
Damn it. Now when Gingy calls me the big cheese, this shit makes me laugh. It's funny.
At least you're not crazy-eyed.
Huh?
You're not crazy-eyed cheese, at least.
I know. Crazy Eye Cheese is the best, though.
Yeah, he is.
He's got his own little segment.
Seeing the scooter that they had most of the show, walking with her. As they approached closer towards the next intersection, which was Main and Bolton, they found that the hopes that they had in finding her were misplaced. When they got to that intersection, they spotted the scooter, not with Michelle, but a man pushing it. As they got closer to the man in the vehicle, though they couldn't make out many details about him, the light was dim, they'll testify. Annette got out of the car and demanded to know from this man where he got the scooter. He first insisted, "It's mine." But as they pressed, pointing out that its unmistakable features, including a basket in the back with a bungee cord that Annette had affixed to the scooter some time ago, was unmistakably the scooter that Michelle had driven to the park. It was then that this man, that was later identified as the defendant, he shifted, claiming he had found it at the park and was returning it to the park, gesturing vaguely in a westerly direction, and it made little sense to to Annette and Sean at that time. Unconvinced, they persisted asking, "Where is the girl who took this to the park?" To which the defendant replied, "I didn't see anything." The defendant then abandoned the scooter, did an about face, and headed west back down Main. And at this time, Shauna, sister, followed the defendant in her car, parallel with the window down, as he was walking on Main westerly. Behind Shauna was Annette, the mother, in the green scooter.
Damn. It took me, I got your link. It took me to a website. I don't want to play it off of that. I'm going to get bugs all over my computer. But basically, yeah, they got done with this, and so this one is not a good one to watch. It's over.
Yeah, and he keeps talking about the stupid green scooter. Like, who cares?
Yeah, he got convicted of first-degree murder and abuse of a corpse.
By the judge.
No, no, let's not listen to that.
And the girl was 17.
Oh, no.
All right. Well, this one we know we've got at least 6 days of trial to watch, so don't go Googling shit.
Well, wasn't it kind of important we didn't waste our time?
No, because that's what we're doing here is wasting time.
That's kind of the point.
Yeah, we just
I disagree.
unwasted 45 minutes. Now we got to find something productive to do with that time.
Aren't you going to show the opening statements now of the other one?
Hell yeah.
Or now we can watch the father statement too.
Yeah, so this is the prosecutor in the Widow's Words murder trial. And after
You know
we
who
watch
was-
them, we'll go do background and get all caught up, and then whatever. Like tomorrow, we'll do some background, then we'll watch some testimony. Because this, yeah, I got both of them. About 30 minutes each. Let's get after it.
High involvement and Ryan Cooper's involvement in the killing.
Really,
Christian Duncan's involvement in the killing of Ryan Cooper. Let's talk about
Where is this trial? Uganda?
I forget where this was. I think it's another place that doesn't matter.
Mary B can go look up where this trial is and get us a location
I'm glad
geographic.
you got subtitles on.
Yeah, this is gonna be fun.
That. Folks, you'll see evidence that way back, starting early that.
No, Gingy, this is what it sounds like when I talk into it rather than at it.
This is also in Iowa.
Yeah, because Sassy was making fun of me too, so I'll just talk into the mic. Sometimes I get high. It happens. I get stoned. You know what that makes you do? Lean back.
Lean back.
Makes you lean back, Terry.
Here,
It's
early
another
2021,
song.
a plan was being hatched by these two lovers, the defendant and Ryan Cooper, and Houston Decker, to kill Ryan Cooper. You will see that there were messages as early as March when the defendant talks with Houston Denker, and they're planning to be a family.
Lord, crocodile tears.
You'll see by March, they're talking about having children together by sometimes the following year. And you'll see deleted and recovered messages between the defendant and Houston Denker talking about, well, we'll have a family. We can do IVF, you know. If we can't have a child naturally, let's do IVF. You will see that at some point it escalates. She tells Houston Denker, I fucking hate him.
Bag up, Terry. Put it in reverse, Terry. Put it in reverse. Lord, Steve. Ow, Lord. Oh, Steve. What you doing, Terry?
Look how damn happy Terry is.
He's like, whatever.
Yeah,
I
he's
can
like,
see
"What?"
Connor doing a music video of this on X soon. With the Pet That Dog mixed in, maybe. Who knows?
You'll see sometimes in March, she sends this ominous text where she says, I'm wishing for a rogue semi-accident. Ryan was a farmer. I'm wishing for a rogue semi-accident. No survivors. Something takes him out. But the gods were watching Ryan Cooper at that time, and no semi-accidents happened. You'll see text messages where she says, I can't wait another summer. Can't happen. I can't wait another summer. Folks, you'll see that the day of Ryan's death approached in June. And especially on that morning, Karina Cooper tells Houston Denker in a text that he calls herself his wife. And you'll see some charged sexual messages between them at that point, where he says, very soon I will be sleeping with my hands on your crotch. And I paraphrase that because that's not the word he uses. But you will see those messages. And you can see the sexually charged messages between them at that point, that day, the last day that Ryan Cooper was alive. Now that night, we've talked about the story that you will see that Karina gives the officers. But when the officers find the deleted evidence, they find that the Snapchat messages that night at 3:30 in the morning. Remember, the 911 call in terms of timeline is 4:33. You'll also hear that before Karina Cooper calls 911, she calls Ryan Cooper's brother, Aaron Cooper. Now you'll hear that at 3:31 in the morning, an hour before the 911 call, the defendant and Houston Denker are talking on Snapchat. Folks, for those of you who don't know what Snapchat is, you'll hear that it's an app. It's an app on your phone that you can use to send messages. And the way it's set up is that the messages disappear or can be said to disappear once the other persons receive them. You have an expert who will take you through the Snapchat conversations. But you'll hear that they are snapping at 3:31 in the morning. And folks, you'll remember that Karina told the cops that she was asleep at that time. She would be asleep at that time. But they're snapping. And that's when that snap of remember those casings, fucking remember those, no ifs and or buts, is sent. 3:32. The day's messages of I love you, she says absolutely, 100% she will remember them. And then Houston Denker sends a text that says, when I leave your house, send me a text. When I leave your house, so that I can open it when I get back. And you'll see why that evidence in Snapchat is trying to determine its location. Now, folks, you'll also hear that earlier that evening, Houston's phone shows that he was driving back and forth from his residence, slightly past Ryan Cooper's residence, and back to his residence. And he didn't do this once, he didn't do this twice, he did this 3 times, where he was driving, passing the residence, coming back to his house, going back and coming back, going back, coming back. Estimating how long it will take for me to move back and forth. Now you hear that this text message set the plan rolling that night. Houston Denker says in these text messages, I gotta get this shit done. And Karina's, the defendant's response is go. They say, phone's going down. And you'll hear from forensic experts, you'll hear testimony that people know that if you turn off your phone or if it's not moving or the movement of your phones can be detected in an investigation. So you'll hear them talk about phones going down. Karina saying, go. An hour later, the man she married will be lying dead in the recliner in the living room. Now, folks, as I said, you'll hear evidence that she said she was asleep until she heard a sound. She described this as a sound. But you'll hear that forensic evidence says that's not true. She wasn't asleep. You'll hear that at 4:13 in the morning, she watched something on a phone. That this just doesn't happen on its own, that it's user manipulated. Someone has to be on the phone for it to use that phone. And that she watched something, a picture, on a phone. That was deleted. You'll hear that at 4:18 a.m. She calls, remember, the evidence will tell you, 4:33. At 4:18, she deleted 2 photos from her phone. Then, folks, you'll hear that at 4:23 to 4:33 a.m., the defendant, Karina Cooper, took 170 steps in her residence. And how do we know this? You'll hear from experts that the phone has an app sometimes, a health app on the phone, that when the user is walking with the phone, it records what you're doing. And that, contrary to a statement that she woke up to some noise, the phone shows that she was walking between 4:23 and 4:33, 170 steps, 393.7 feet in 10 minutes. You'll hear, folks, that that's longer than a football field. Touchdown, touchdown. Now, I told you, you'll hear that the police tried to see physical evidence that they couldn't find. They couldn't find the gun. They couldn't find the gun that had been used to kill Ryan Cooper in that residence. But Ryan Cooper was dead, 2 bullet holes on his face, and the gun missing. But the police found something. something that was significant and helpful. Remember those shell casings. No fucking ifs and buts. Remember those shell casings. She forgot to pick one of the shell casings. The evidence will show that the police found one shell casing. Brian Cooper was shot by 22. Size of the shell casing. Police found that.
Oh, here we go.
Pick that doll.
No, no.
Can I pick that doll?
Yeah. No.
Can I pick that doll?
No.
Can I pick that doll?
Police dig into their lives. They find, of course, they find that they get statements of the threats that she'd made to Ryan. They find that the defendant, Karina Cooper, was in financial trouble. She didn't have any money. You'll hear evidence from someone from the bank who used to work with her. And you'll hear that he will be nagging and nagging and nagging Karina to make sure that she was not overdrafted. And there'll be numerous text messages that you will see that in the days and the months leading up to Ryan's death, this man will text Karina and say, please, you're overdrafted again, put in some money. And she will give an excuse after another excuse after another excuse. You are overdrafted. Please put in $200, $300, something. You're on the overdraft list again. Now, talked about the timeline. We talked about the evidence you'll see in regards to the timeline that the police are told that this is what happened. And I told you that the story was full of holes. And some of those you'll hear from the blood. You'll hear that the blood in the scene tells a story. The blood was not consistent with the story that the Karina was trying to sell to the cops. And what did the blood show? That almost every officer came in. 2 officers will come in. The first officer is there at 4:42 in the morning. So 4:33 she calls. Aaron Cooper is the first person, that's Brian's brother, first person to arrive. Because remember, she calls Aaron before she calls 911. She's found Aaron's brother bleeding on the recliner, and instead of calling 911, she calls Aaron first. Aaron arrives. You'll hear from the timeline, from the evidence, that he arrives around 4:39 in the morning. Aaron will tell you that the blood did not appear red, like bright red, like just blood that just came out immediately. It appeared darker. It's been out for a while. First officer, Deputy Fengman, will tell you that first observation is the blood was coagulating. It was drying. From his experience, that the blood had been spilling for a longer time. You'll hear from a blood reconstruction expert who will talk to you more about how blood spatter and how blood behaves when it comes out of a human body. And folks, some of you have common sense, some of you have hunted. You'll see that evidence, part of the instructions that Judge Larson will give you is to apply your common sense, believability,
Cool. Is Dexter gonna be in this fucking trial? No way.
credibility in this case to reach a verdict. Now, we talked about finances, you'll hear from a medical examiner, the pathologist. She'll tell you that Ryan Cooper was shot at close range, within 3 or 4 feet. That there was tippling, but she'll tell you what that means, that there was tippling on his face. That means that the gun that shot him was close enough. Someone comfortable enough to be close enough to him sleeping on the recliner, shooting him in his face. Now you'll hear that Ryan used to sleep on the recliner in the living room, by a living room door, right by the door. We talked about the evidence will tell you there was no sign of forced entry in this house. Now, you'll hear evidence, and we've talked about this, but you'll hear evidence of the cover-up, which is part of that would be the Snapchat messages. You'll hear evidence of the attempted cover-up. And you'll hear that there were evidence of searches, numerous searches on Houston Denker's phone. You'll hear that Houston Denker and Karina have been talking about replacing her husband, Ryan Cooper, as the father to their children. They have 3 children, Cade, Cable, and Cortland. You'll hear that there were conversations of him being the dad, and that she will refer to Ryan as just the sperm donor. You'll hear that Houston Denker was gearing up for this role of the dad and even looking up for Father's Day 2021. Now you'll hear that Houston Denker had a lot of searches that the officers were able to retrieve from his phone. Some of them were.
Bye, sweet woman. See you later.
See you guys later.
Thanks for hanging.
Have a good
Thank
night,
you.
woman.
Night, sweet
woman.
Good night.
You can't say that like that, Mary B, just because y'all are friends in real life.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You're trying to play favorites. They was I heard the code in that.
That's my girl.
That's right. Good night.
Let me play that video when y'all photobombed Petra. That's awesome.
That was
Have
awesome.
a good one. We'll see you next time.
Oh wait, before Sweet Woman goes, is she already
She's
left?
already gone.
Oh,
Yeah,
dang it.
She gone.
When you said that DePietro thing, that
Where's
reminded me
Flag?
of what Turtleboy posted, where DePietro seems to be like really questioning everything right now. Did y'all see that?
No.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he's starting to turn a little bit.
He was like, why haven't the Alberts and all these people filed suits against Turtleboy for this defamation? Like, I don't understand what's going on right now. Turtleboy's like, you're starting to get it.
Almost there. Almost.
It will unfold.
With the court's permission, may I proceed? You may. Thank you. You'll hear evidence that Houston Denker made incriminating searches on his phone. Lots of incriminating searches. Some appear to have been made way before Ryan Cooper's death, and some were made the day of Ryan Cooper's death, and the following days and weeks after Ryan Cooper's execution. You'll hear that these searches were incriminating.
Rubicon. Everybody say hey to Rubicon. Hello. Yo.
Yo.
Glad
You
to
can
have
always tell Dean's mood like when he first gets on, and he's like, "Yo," then you know
Yo.
you're getting that low energy Dean. But today we got high energy Dean.
Well, that's just because, you know, we cheer them up and we make them happier and the yos get more.
You weren't even here, Mary B.
That's true, Mary B. Before I talk to you guys, I am on the verge, if you know what I mean. And then I hang out with you guys, and all of a sudden I'm super happy. Thanks, Mary B, if that's the picture you're putting out there.
He's like hollering for meatloaf from his mom, and then all of a sudden we come around and his mood changes completely.
He's listening to Good Charlotte or some shit, just fucking depressed.
He's just sitting there waiting for me to go live all day, every day. And
Yeah,
I'm just
fighting the
thinking
urge.
that
notification.
That's how I am.
Yeah, he's fighting the
DMing
urge
us
to
all
ask
day. Have
me.
y'all heard from Danny? Have you heard from Danny? Danny going live? No? Anybody heard?
I'm
Yeah.
literally like the last person asking Danny going. I have asked that once or twice, but
You're such a liar. You made me harass him the other day to make
oh,
him
that's
go
true. I
live.
did. I am a liar. Thanks for calling me out, MJ. Now I look like a fucking idiot.
You'll hear that the defendant deleted her search history. You will hear that a day or so after she helped with the execution of her husband, that she deleted she logged into a Snapchat account through another means and deleted it because her phone had been seized by the cops and deleted her account, hoping that there will be no trace found. Now, we talked about the gun, the smoking gun that was not found at the scene, the smoking gun that we know the size of the caliber weapon that it was because they found that shell casing, one of those shell casings. That smoking gun could not stay hidden forever. Sometimes later, a friend of Houston Denker's, colleague, someone that he used to work with briefly, pops up to the cops and says, Houston Denker gave me some guns to keep for him. Can you take them? And lo and behold, of course, they test these guns. You'll hear the gun expert who will come and talk to you from the DCI crime lab in Ankeny. And that expert will tell you that when they tested these guns, they found the gun that had been used to murder Ryan Cooper as he slept on his recliner. That one of the guns that was given to this friend of Houston Denker was the firearm that was used to kill Ryan Cooper. Now, folks, at the end of this trial, you will receive instructions from the court. You will receive instructions that, as we discussed during jury selection, talks about the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Overruled, you can continue. You'll receive evidence that talk of the burden that you need to apply to this case. Those facts that you've heard, those facts that you will hear as testimony by witnesses who will take that seat and talk to you in this courtroom, you will see exhibits and any
Did he say those fucks you will hear and those fucks that you will see?
I was trying to read the subtitles because that's what it sounded like while I was in chat.
relations between the parties, which are agreements between the parties.
We're just going to base our theories off the fucks, okay?
That you will have to go back with you to apply those facts to the law
I
given
guess this guy didn't know that people like me and Dean don't give no fucks.
No fucks.
to you by the judge in this particular case. The evidence, as you will see, it will show that Karina Cooper was not just an unfaithful wife. She was not just a wife who wanted, as a text message will show you, to leave Trail, Iowa for a better life in a sunnier place
In America.
with a younger man. The evidence will show you that she was not just dishonest, but that she was manipulative, that she's a co-conspirator. You will get an instruction to apply on aiding and abetting. That she aided, that she abetted, that this crime, from the evidence that you'll see, that Ryan Cooper dies by her involvement absolutely 100%, like she said. She was in this absolutely 100%. You'll see that she's a planner. The evidence will show that she is a murderer. And for that, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we will ask you at the end of this trial to hold Karina Sue Cooper accountable for planning and carrying out her husband's murder hand in hand with her lover. We will ask you to look at the evidence, the text, the blood, and apply common sense. We submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that the evidence in this case will prove beyond a reasonable doubt
Well, no facts given yet.
Hey, Janine, why don't you have your
Janine.
glasses on yet?
Hey,
Janine. She
what
doesn't change her.
Hey.
She only changes her avatar once a year. It took a year to get her to change from Jade to that.
I need some help. I need Dean to walk me through it. We'll do,
As he has before, but we can do it again.
Oh, okay. We'll do it in voice chat one night.
Yeah.
I want to take away from the stream.
We can do it right here on the stream.
Oh, okay. All right.
I need Janine's help real quick
Great
though,
contact.
because like Prince Lover made the comment that I'm a liar in all caps, and no one seems to remember the I'm a Liar by the Rollins band with Henry Rollins. Do none of y'all remember that from the 90s?
God. Larlene,
I remember
saw
Janine.
him.
Thank you.
We saw him at Woodstock in 1994.
Thank you.
Oh my fucking God. Was that a moment?
Yes.
I fell in love with, hey, Prince Lover, by the way, I fell in love with Henry Rollins. There is nobody, he's an Aquarian. There's no one in life like Henry Rollins. Do you remember? You must remember him.
I don't know all of that you just said. Like, I liked
Oh, no,
I didn't know his sign.
Woodstock, right?
Yeah.
Oh, he was so good.
Yeah, he's a good actor too, actually. But Henry Rollins is awesome, and that song was hilarious, and it hit really hard.
Yeah, I don't remember who I was thinking about. There was somebody involved with Karen's case, and I kept forgetting to post that in the Discord. Oh, I think it was Dever, whatever she is.
Yeah, that would have been a great video for someone to make with Devers.
Yeah. Well, so many of them, right? There were so many live, but yeah, that was
Danny, do you remember that song?
What?
I'm a Liar. He's like talking and then he starts screaming, "'Cause I'm a liar. I'll rip your heart out. I'll tear your soul.
Play it at the end of the
I'll
stream.
turn you into me." You don't remember that? It's like a really heavy song.
Maybe if you put more passion into it, Lolene, maybe let's
Doesn't
run that
sound
back
anything
again.
like any song that I've ever heard.
Let's run it back again, Lolene. Let's sing it from the top. 3, 2,
If we were
1.
in voice chat, you could play it and people would remember it.
No,
Put that on our
but we
to-do
can't.
list
We
next
can't.
time.
So we need
Nope.
you.
We need you to sing
Right
it.
now. We
Right
need
now.
to know
That was my
now.
singing. That was my singing.
No. More passion.
All right, bring it back to
Can't.
the top.
Can't.
go
It's
from the
over
top.
with. Y'all missed it. Clip it.
Let's play it at the end.
I
We
guess
should
she
try
just-
to find the clip from Woodstock because it was so good. That was his big with the Rollins band. Unfortunately, I think that was really his only hit. But
Yeah.
he's a brilliant guy, Henry Rollins. He's an interesting guy too.
Janine, what were you, like,
we
4
just
at
watched.
Woodstock?
We just
Yeah,
got.
Janine was older than me. I was 12 at Woodstock.
Let's talk about what we're doing
Let's just
here.
say I was older than 12. But I had a good time. Yeah.
We got to rewatch the prosecutor opening statements for Janine.
Damn.
Yes.
That's a good
What?
idea.
Do that for me. I'll
Would
watch
that be
it.
a,
Was he done? Yeah, he was
Tombstone-
done.
Can't she just
Tombstones would
watch
be
them on
fine
her
with
own?
that. Yeah, we got to.
Yes, I can. If I must,
No.
I will.
I don't know. I kind of like that guy. He's got some you know, he's got
That's
some.
some pizzazz.
I'm kidding.
Yeah, he's got that old razzle dazzle. That's another musical. Chicago.
So we just listened to the prosecutor.
Is that
Now we got to
Chicago, the
listen to
Razzle
the
Dazzle?
defense attorney.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is the widower murder trial.
The widower. I've been seeing this woman's name. So when I was watching,
it
when
does
he said
feel
it,
like that.
so it's a prosecutor, correct? So I looked her up, and I've been seeing her in my feed, but with detachment because we were so invested in Raul and Jimmy, God rest his soul. And you want to know something that's weird? I just, by chance, I had dinner this evening with my friends, and I used to live in Fairfield, which is where Jimmy McGrath went to school, Fairfield Prep. And I passed by that school on the way home, and it just felt so heavy. So, I mean, school's out of session. They have lots of it's on the campus for Fairfield U. it's a beautiful school. You know, and just like I don't know, it was weird that I just happened to be passing by tonight. You know what I mean? It wasn't
Very ironic.
right,
Don't you think?
exactly. Yeah, and I felt it so heavy. Just passing by the field where they all practice, and yeah, it was just a lot. So
We watched it earlier.
Did you
It was
see his
good.
dad's statement that he made after the verdict?
you know, I didn't really read it. It was in the local Connecticut paper, and I posted it in the Discord, but I really didn't want to read it because it's
Oh, Danny has the video that we were going to watch maybe now that one of the opening statements just got cut.
oh yeah, no, of course, but it's so upsetting
Why
because
did it get cut?
Because the trial's over.
Yeah, we were watching opening statements on the bloody suspect murder trial, and then abruptly during the prosecutors
Like 5 minutes in.
opening statements,
Not
we
even.
found out that they went to a bench trial immediately, and then he was guilty.
oh yes.
Yeah, so it's not a bad thing that some of the days of testimony have gone by in this one, so we don't
Well,
get
this,
invested in
this
it.
is also a bench trial, though.
This is
Yeah.
All right,
You had Mary
Laureen,
B
you're
doing the
forbidden from
research.
looking it up. You're
No, you
forbidden
told
from
Mary
looking it
B
up,
to
damn
do
it.
the research, so she did. So she's
Yeah.
reporting her research.
Well, you know, with Raul's trial, I had been getting the updates, so I knew that they were deadlocked from Monday morning, and I was just like, but I
mistrial.
was shocked today when
The family was.
they found him not guilty, and I just feel so much for Jimmy's parents, because it's like, as a parent, you can feel it either way, but when you look at that kid, I'm just like, that kid is. And I was talking to my friends, you know, her son went to, you know, we're family friends, and the kids went to school together, and I said, and I told her, you know, she knew that I was going to Boston, you know, for Karen's, you know, trial, and she was, you know, we were talking. I got her into it. She used to live in Boston. She went to Babson, which is a small school in Boston, and I said, oh, you know, we're doing these streams with my friends from the chat I met from, you know, Karen Reed trial, and I said, do you remember the, you know, Jimmy McGrath, the Fairfield prep kid? And she said, yeah. I said, oh, you know. So it was like a weird conversation, and it was just, we were just discussing that just like, as a parent, it's horrifying one way, and as a parent, it's horrifying the other way. But really, just, you know, I said, I watched this kid on the stands, and I went in wanting him to be put away for the rest of his life. And the second that kid cried, well, I could see were my two boys, you know? So he's not a hardened criminal. He made a horrible mistake, but the flip side is now Jimmy's parents have a life sentence, and it's just like, it's just roundly horrible, you know?
It
But it's
wasn't
not
first degree
over. I
murder,
mean,
that's for sure.
they could literally still bring back the other manslaughter and the other 3 assault charges, or he could take a plea, and then you've got all the civil stuff. So, which his dad talk. If once we get to that interview, I think you'll have a lot of respect for Jimmy's dad once you hear that interview.
Mary B, where was this widower trial at?
It is also in Iowa.
This is in Iowa.
Yeah, they got lots going
So
on
we
there.
get to learn some Iowa rules.
Iowa, not Idaho, right?
Idaho's potatoes. Iowa, I don't know what it is.
Hi, I'm in Iowa.
Yeah, but we got to get through this before I can get off here. 42 minutes. Where we going? This guy looks like he can run on 1.5. Let's see what he says.
The brief moments of laughter and levity that we had during jury selection are over. We're about to see some of those very serious photographs we talked about. We're going to hear about some really serious things.
Oh, sweet
Because after
woman.
all, this is a murder case. Make no mistake, you're going to hear.
What'd you say?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I just said a sweet woman. I was just reading the chat. Good night, sweet woman.
She gone.
That was a while ago. She gone.
Oh, really?
She gone.
I'm just, all right. Sorry.
She gone.
She gone.
Mary B, why do you keep laughing at Dean's jokes? You just encouraging him to tell more fucking jokes.
She gone.
That's why he can see.
Funny though.
He must
See?
be smoking something good tonight.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Don't feed the bear.
All right, I'm sorry. I'll
But
just,
pet that dog.
here we go.
No. Take that dog.
No.
Take that dog.
She said no, he's sleeping.
Never know.
They're not running over there with a sense of urgency and grabbing their child back from the railing. It just
I
bothers
know,
me.
it's just a little baby bear though.
It doesn't matter. It's bigger than
That's a
that baby.
dog.
Well, the bear, there's two kind of bears. One of them you look at and you go, oh shit, he's coming right for me.
The other
And
kind of bear is
this one
Danny.
right here, he's just looking for like Dean, he's just looking for scraps of food and
Yeah,
shit.
he's looking for a small toddler to take off with him.
Yeah, but she was gonna pet him though, ain't no doubt about that.
The
Yeah,
other
but the
kind of bear
parents
is
had
Danny, and that's
no
a
sense of
that's a
urgency.
homosexual reference, Danny. I got you.
Dang. That's
That's the
Mary
only
B's
kind
fault
of
too.
bear Dean likes.
Yeah, I
Mary
love you,
B's
Danny.
fault, too.
I love you.
Blame it on Mary B, Dean.
Wait, what did I do?
You know, Mary B. Why you always act like you don't know, but you really know?
I think she's high.
She is high.
That murder. You will hear convincing, overwhelming, uncontroverted evidence about the man who committed that murder, about who he murdered, and why he did it. We're going to learn that on May 8th of 2008, that man, that murderer, entered the home of a married couple, husband and wife. And he did so with the intent to steal their earthly possessions. And when the wife and that husband and wife relationship came home just a little bit too early and surprised him in the act, that man, that murderer, took a .38 caliber revolver loaded with high velocity plus P rounds, and he leveled it directly at her unknowing, unwitting, unaware head. And then he pulled the trigger and he buried a bullet into that woman's skull. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what you will hear during this trial. But that man, that murderer, is not Thomas Randolph. That man, that murderer won't be in this courtroom. You will hear evidence about the man, the murderer, that committed that unthinkable, unbelievable, unfathomable act. That man, ladies and gentlemen, is Mike Miller. Centuries ago, the philosopher Marcus Aurelius said these words: everything we hear is an opinion, not a fact. And everything we see is a perspective, not the truth. So what is the truth about what really happened on May 8th of 2008? What really happened, and what will the evidence really show? Well, here's what we're going to learn. We're going to learn about Thomas Randolph, or as Mr. Orem and I and most of his friends call him, Tommy. Spells it a little bit different. And Tommy, you'll learn, is a little bit different. But in 2008, he was married to Sharon. They had married in a ceremony abroad. They go to Cancun in 2006 in the month of March, and they got married. And then they had a formal ceremony in Las Vegas a year later in March of 2007. You'll hear a lot from Tommy during this trial. The state showed you a number of interviews that he gives when he's cooperating with law enforcement. You're going to find out that Tommy is kind of brash. In fact, in one of those interviews, he describes himself, among other things, as cocky. And you're going to learn, and you saw a little bit of it in those blurbs that Mr. Hamner picked and chose to show you, that he uses colorful language. But here's what you learn. He uses that language with everyone, including Sharon. Tommy is as Tommy is. That's the ABCs of Tommy. And when asked by law enforcement to describe his wife, who he loved deeply, he didn't just say, she's great, I love her, she's my wife. He said, she's fucking wonderful. That's just the way he talks. And it's important to know that because he talks that way the same to law enforcement as he does to his friends and his family and his wife in their own personal relationship. On May 8th of 2008, they were scheduled to have a date night. And despite the way the state would describe this as a very tumultuous relationship, you learn they had their ups and downs. But on that night, they had a nice night, at least at the beginning. See, Sharon and Tommy went to the Santa Fe casino. They had spent a lot of time there. In 2005, they opened a movie theater in the Santa Fe, and Tommy and Sharon liked to go to the movies. They also liked to go out to eat. That evening, they went to a steakhouse called the Charcoal Room. It was Mother's Day around that weekend. So Sharon had been taken to the Santa Fe station to that special dinner to have steak and lobster. They had a good time at dinner. We're going to learn that they originally intended to go to dinner and a movie. They love to go to the
Prince Lover, y'all gotta be careful. If Angel's in here, she ain't playing.
She ain't playing. Hey,
She ain't
Danny, I
playing.
got something I'm sharing. It's
Oh my
MJ
God.
in the Discord was complaining about, I guess now she has cankles, and we found an image of it. If you could maybe pull it up on stream.
I believe I can.
Gene.
I believe I can. I'm gonna censor it first.
No. I have it. Like I've got it on the StreamYard. You just need to share my screen.
Yeah. Yeah. I fell for
What
that
are you gonna
before.
show right now?
Hold
No,
on.
dude, it's like you can see. So here we got MJ's cankles.
Oh God, I knew that was gonna
I
be
love
bad.
Exactly what they look like.
Movies. In fact, in some of the crime scene photos, you'll see an enormous collection of DVDs. Back before we streamed everything on Netflix and Amazon, people actually had movies in their house, and they have hundreds of them. On that night, as they left dinner, we're going to learn that they decided to change the plans. They wanted to go home early because they had had such a good time. And you'll see video evidence of them leaving the Santa Fe hand in hand, not fighting, not arguing, but having a good time and being affectionate with one another. What they didn't know and what they couldn't know is as they strolled hand in hand through that parking lot, what Mike Miller was doing. So who's Mike Miller? Well, the state told you from their perspective who they want you to think Mike Miller is, but here's what the evidence is going to show. That he had met Tommy Randolph. Law enforcement's actually going to tell you that they had met prior to February, way back in December of 2007, and they met when Tommy extended an act of kindness to Mike Miller. And they became friends. And from the state's perspective, they can describe that as weird, but Tommy befriended someone who was down on his luck. And he didn't just have him do odd jobs, he did those. You'll learn that. The state describes this roof project that never got finished. It did. You'll hear evidence of that. He performed odd jobs not only for Tommy Randolph and Sharon, but for other people in their family as well. And they spent a lot of time together. We're going to learn that they communicated a lot. The state's going to show you that evidence. Remember, this is 2008. Most of us hadn't even heard of an iPhone yet. They'd just been invented the year before, and people weren't text messaging all the time. They talked on the phone. Very brief conversations. Tommy was kind to Mike Miller. On May 8th of 2008, Mr. Miller had learned a lot of information about Tommy Randolph. And on May 8th, he used it to his advantage. And he did so to take advantage of Tommy and Sharon, to steal from them. See, here's what Mike Miller knew on May 8th of 2008. The evidence is going to show you this. He knew there were valuables in the Randolph home. They had jewelry. You're going to see a lot of jewelry that belonged to Sharon Randolph. They had cash. We're going to hear evidence, and we're going to learn that on May 8th, Tommy had been to a bank and taken money out. He had a lot of cash, and he intended to deposit it into a different bank on that day. But he didn't make it to the bank before it closed. So he had that cash in the house that day. And it was only going to be there that day. You're going to learn, we're going to see a lot of photographs, that there was prescription medication. Mr. Randolph has a number of physical ailments. You'll see evidence of it. You'll see him in the courtroom as he moves. You'll see him on the video as he moves. He has a lot of physical pain, and he was prescribed a number of medications that to him are necessary for his health, but to Michael Miller are valuable to sell on the street. We'll also learn that there were guns in that house, some that belonged to Tommy and some that belonged to Sharon. But we're going to learn that Michael Miller knew exactly where all of those valuables were kept because he had been invited into that home. And he knew on that evening that Tommy and Sharon would be out of the house. See, he was with Tommy when he was discussing his date night plans. He knew that they were going to go to dinner and a movie. He'd heard all about it. Tommy had dropped him off right before he went home to pick up Sharon. So that was Mike Miller's motive that night. The tape didn't belong to him. And the timing was it had to be that night. Because he knows Tommy's late to pick up Sharon, and he knows they're going to be out for several hours at dinner and a movie. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to know he's got a stretch of time to get in the house, get what he wants, and get out. So Mike Miller's dropped off by Tommy. He makes his way back to the Randolph home, knowing they won't be home, and he gets inside. As I mentioned, Tommy and Sharon decided to come home early. They decided to skip the movie. And we're going to learn exactly why that was. See, in everybody's personal life, when they have a significant other, there are times when those people desire to be alone and intimate, and they probably talk in a way that you wouldn't talk in front of other people. We're going to hear evidence that that night, Tommy and Sharon were going home to be alone, to be intimate together. And we're going to hear it described in the unique way that Tommy and Sharon talked. What they didn't know is what would happen when they got there. So they pulled into the driveway. This is a photograph obviously taken after the homicides. There's crime scene tape up, but you can see the cars as they're parked in the garage. Tommy's car on the left and Sharon's SUV on the right. You can see that in that garage, there's not a lot of extra space. So as Tommy desired to pull in, he had to, as many of us probably do, let Sharon out in the driveway. She walked inside. You can see that there wouldn't be room for Sharon to get out on the side if he hadn't done that. So he pulls in the garage, and then he walks inside the house. This is where the events happen that caused us to be in this courtroom, at least in part. What we're going to learn is that when Thomas Randolph opens the door, we're going to learn that it's after a few minutes. One of the things that we'll know at the conclusion of this trial is that Tommy Randolph loved rock and roll music. Saw pictures of him with long hair. Almost always had really long hair. Loved 70s rock music, listened to it all the time. In fact, some of the most memorable dates that Sharon and Tommy had were going to rock concerts. He pulled the car in and he listened to a song finish on the radio. And then he walked inside. As he opened the door, he sees Sharon lying at the end of that hallway. He calls out to her. At first, he thinks she's fallen, and he pops the door open. As he walks inside, it dawns on him that she's actually hurt. She's not moving. And he sees something at the far end of the hallway. He's scared. Tommy has a firearm in the house. To the left, there's a bedroom, there's a closet, and he keeps a handgun, a small handgun, with some magazines in there. He calls them clips. And he takes those, and he waits for a second. And as he goes to look out, there's a confrontation in the hallway. Happens very quickly. He runs into someone, and you'll see him describe it on video. You'll see him try to remember the exact details of things that would be impossible for anyone to remember in that situation. He describes physically running into each other. And in fact, Tommy's lip is cut. And he reports that to law enforcement later that night. There's some space made, and make no mistake about it, at some point, Tommy Randolph shoots that gun at the intruder who has murdered his wife in a brutal fashion in their own home. He follows him towards the door, and he shoots. He doesn't know how many times he shoots. Most people in that situation don't, as we'll learn during this trial, until the intruder falls just outside the door. At some point, when they collide, the mask that the intruder is wearing is pushed up so that he can't see. And as we'll learn, by the time he gets outside, that mask is off. We're going to know what happens after that because we're going to hear evidence during this trial. Eventually, Mr. Randolph comes back inside and he looks for a telephone. He wants to call 911. Some of the younger folks in this jury panel might not realize this, but there was a time that everyone had a phone in their house. He goes to get his cell phone, his house phone, and he picks it up. At the time, there was a subscriber by the name of Bonner, some of you may remember. That service was kind of the gap between old school landlines and the cell phones we use today. And sometimes that service would go out. Tommy picks up the phone and he dials 911. There's nothing there. He tries again. He begins to look for his wife's cell phone, continuing to dial 911. The third or fourth time he tries, the phone rings. And you're going to hear that phone call during this trial. And you're going to find that as Tommy attempts to perform CPR on his wife, it's a lost cause. That is a brutal injury that Mike Miller inflicted on her. And there's no coming back from it. But he tries. And there on her legs, when law enforcement arrives, is that telephone. And you'll be able to see the 911 that he dialed and the inadvertent pressing during that process of the number 4. That's what gets law enforcement to the house. What's interesting is the state points out this inconsistency that he said he didn't hear, or that he didn't know that there had been shooting in the house when he walked inside because he didn't hear anything. But then on the 911 call, he says shots. He does say that. He says, all I hear is shots, 5 of them, which ultimately we will learn are the shots that he shoots. That's all he heard. He didn't hear the one fatal shot that killed his wife. So that's the evidence. Sharon was murdered. Mike Miller murdered her. How about the why? Well, you're not going to have any doubt in your mind at the conclusion of this trial why this murder takes place, because the evidence is overwhelming. Just outside the door, exactly where you would expect him to be if he was shot and killed by Tommy Randolph, exactly as Tommy described, you will see the body of Mike Miller. His feet are just outside that door. Next to his feet are a couple items of evidence. We're going to talk about those in just a second. But one thing we're going to learn is that when someone's killed in a homicide, they're taken to the coroner's office, and there's a thing called an autopsy that's performed, where a medical examiner determines the cause and manner of a person's death. When that's done, their clothing is removed and inventoried. And you'll see what Mike Miller was wearing on May 8th. You'll also see what's in his pockets. In his pockets, you'd see things that you would expect to be in Mike Miller's pockets. Matches, lotion, pocket change. But you'll see something else. In his left front jeans pocket is a ring, a lady's ring. It's called an eternity ring with channel set diamonds. It ain't his, but you'll know exactly where it came from. In his back pocket on the left-hand side is his wallet. In that wallet, you see things that you would expect to see. His ID, his social security card, membership cards with his name on them. But you'll also see something that you wouldn't expect to see. There's an ID in his pocket under the name, same first name, Michael, but it doesn't take a genius to see that's not Mike Miller. You'll also see in his pocket, bearing the same name of Michael Hogue on the driver's license, a Golden State Advantage card. You will learn during this trial that that's an EBT card, a food stamp card, ironically titled Golden State Advantage, in the pocket of the person who was taking advantage of the Randolphs. We'll also learn something very interesting that'll be telling about exactly what transpired in this case. See, as he lays on that garage floor, no longer with us, Mike Miller is still telling us what he was doing there. Because on his body are gloves. In May, in Las Vegas, you do not need to wear gloves unless you're working in the garden. Mike Miller was attempting to take home a bountiful harvest that night, but it wasn't flowers and it wasn't vegetables. He's wearing gloves in that house for a reason. And I want you to pay attention to something else in this photograph. If you look just above the right hand of Mike Miller, you'll see something on his wrist. We're going to learn during this trial what that is. And you'll find out that that's something that's used by emergency medical responders as they're there trying to resuscitate him. That'll be important in this case, as will those gloves. because we'll know at the conclusion of this trial exactly where those gloves came from and exactly why they're on his hand. We're also going to hear about this ski mask that the state brought up in their opening statement. It's going to be crucially important in this case, not for the reasons that Mr. Hamler told you. This ski mask is an unusual one. First of all, there aren't a lot of ski masks in Las Vegas, but this one has something rather unique about it. It has an exceptionally large mouth opening. And when you see it in evidence during this trial, you'll see it's been sewn shut with something that resembles fishing line. That's going to be important because at the conclusion of this trial, we're going to know why Mike Miller had that, and we're going to know exactly what that mask was for. Now let's get back to this evidence I mentioned at his feet. There's two bags. One is like a plastic grocery style bag. The other is also made from plastic, but it almost appears like a black colored fabric. Those are both grocery bags from the biggest retail store in the world, Walmart.
Dan, I think we might need that disclaimer. While you're
Like
sitting
all
there.
the dead legs.
Yeah, because I'm scared this dude's gonna show what the other dude said out loud earlier,
Oh, right.
and I haven't watched it previously. I don't know what he's gonna show.
Inside and around those grocery bags is the answer to the question of why Mike Miller was there. Because you'll see in those bags and strewn about them after he had fallen to the ground trying to escape, after killing Sharon Randolph, all of Sharon Randolph's jewelry stuffed into those bags and in and around them where they had fallen to the ground as he laid her down. Inside those bags, law enforcement does a search and they pull out not a little bit, but a lot of it of jewelry, lots of it. They spread it out and they photograph it. The state would have you believe during this trial that this is what the detectives refer to as cosmetic jewelry. You'll actually learn that some of that jewelry is quite valuable and that Mike Miller knew that. You'll be able to look at those photographs at the conclusion of this trial and you can determine for yourselves what that's made out of, what you think it's worth, what you believe from your perspective about that jewelry. What you can't do, though, is actually look at it because law enforcement never impounded it, they never tested it, they never had it appraised because it didn't fit their perspective of the case. But there will be no doubt in your minds about who had those bags and who placed them there because you're going to hear from a witness that cannot lie, cannot change their story, and doesn't have a motive. You're going to hear from a little witness called Science that on those two bags, there is overwhelming evidence that Mike Miller had those bags. See the bag on the right? That's actually Mike Miller's bag that he brought into the home. And we're going to know that because it's got his DNA in it. But it's also got something else. Before he puts on his gloves, he leaves a fingerprint on that bag. The bag on the left, that's actually Tommy Randolph's bag. But even though it's Tommy's bag, we're going to know who carried out that door because that bag also has Mike Miller's DNA on it. So let's go inside the Randolph home, someplace the state didn't really take you, because it doesn't fit the perspective of this conspiracy theory they have. This home is ransacked. You will see inside the house there are drawers left open. Not all of them, just the ones where valuables are kept. And you'll see strewn about the house where Sharon had kept her jewelry. See that little heart-shaped jewelry holder? You'll see the drawers in the bedrooms open. You'll see a jewelry box tossed into a clothes basket in the closet. And you'll see her jewelry box thrown on the bedroom floor. That's the evidence. That's the evidence that someone who knew exactly where the valuables were kept had gone into that house and got stopped before they could get away. So what happens? Why are we here? I'm going to tell you why. The state mentioned the crime scene a little bit. They kind of blooped over some of the important stuff, though. This is the scene. You'll notice a couple things about this picture. Crime scene tape up, like you've probably seen on television. And there's a patrol officer in a uniform on the left-hand side of that photograph, responsible for putting up the crime tape and kind of monitoring the border there. Inside the crime scene tape, so inside the crime scene, you see two individuals. The one on the left is a guy by the name of Lou Roberts. He was a homicide lieutenant. He's now retired. The guy in the middle, next to Tommy Randolph's car, is a detective by the name of Dino Kelly. You're going to hear from him during this trial. And you're going to hear from his perspective what this evidence means. Crime scene analysts are ultimately called to that scene. Mr. Handler showed you this same diagram. Here's what is on the diagram, and then I'm going to talk to you about what should be on the diagram. In the top left-hand corner, you're going to see an event number. That's the number that the LVMPD assigns to this particular call. You're going to see the date, the address where it occurred, 6517 Rancho Santa Fe. You're going to see the personnel number. That's the initials and the ID number of the crime scene analyst who prepared this diagram. And you'll see the names of the two deceased, Sharon Randolph and Michael Miller. In the middle of this diagram, well, let me just start here. The purpose of the diagram, you will learn, is to document, collect, and preserve accurately what happens in a crime scene. Why? Because we can't come into court and make representations about it unless we know exactly where things were and how they were found. In this particular case, there were three crime scene analysts that were called. One is a woman by the name of Chelsea Collins. She's a crime scene analyst in the top there at number 1 on the left. I don't know if she'll be called during this trial. The second one is a crime scene analyst, senior crime scene analyst by the name of Jeff Smith. I expect that the state will call him during this trial. The third one is a crime scene analyst supervisor by the name of Gary Reed. The state will not call him during this trial. On this diagram created by Ms. Collins, you will see what we call a legend. It's a numeric listing of everything of importance that's in that scene. It's not just the bodies that Mr. Handler showed you, but it's also the evidence. We should not have an expectation, ladies and gentlemen, that crime scene analysts will be perfect. But in cases like this, we should have an expectation that crime scene analysts can at least count to 10. If you count the numbered items in that diagram, you will see 1, 2, 3 cartridge cases. That's going to be important. You'll see a receipt from their dinner, a knife on the kitchen table, not 1 but 2 bullets. Remember, the state told you they found 4 in the garage. You'll see the mask and a hat. You'll notice that nowhere on the diagram and not within the legend are the numbers 10, 11, 12, and 13. That's going to be important. You'll see 14 and 15 following that. The reason this is important is because the state is going to tell you during this trial that those shell cases, they're not called casings. The casing is what goes around the outside of sausage. A case, a shell case, is what's left behind when you shoot a gun. And the state's going to use that critical piece of evidence to have you see the case from their perspective. You'll see there's 1 shell case, 2 shell case, 3rd shell case directly in front of the door. What you'll learn is those shell cases are exactly where you would expect them to be if this shooting happened like Tommy Randolph described. What's really interesting, though, is we're going to find out during this trial that law enforcement makes up their minds that night. They make decisions that very evening about Tommy Randolph, and it's on the evidence that they perceive that night at that crime scene. Remember, there's 4 bullets, but only 3 cases. We will, we will learn that the shell cases are very important, and we will learn the problem with that evidence that the state just described to you. Here's a problem. See, there's a lot of people at that scene. It's not just those 2 detectives and those 3 crime scene analysts. At that scene, there are not 1, not 2, not 3, but 10 patrol officers and 3 supervisors, 2 sergeants and a lieutenant. Being able to count to 10, I can tell you that's 13 people. There are canine officers, 3 of them, 3 violent crimes detectives. We will learn back in 2008, when there was a shooting call where somebody died, violent crimes detectives would respond to the scene before homicide. They would walk the scene. They'd make decisions about it. They'd interview witnesses. They'd document evidence, and then they would brief homicide detectives when they arrived. It wasn't just Dino Kelly. There were 4 homicide detectives: Ken Hardy, Cliff Mogg, Dan Long, Dino Kelly. I expect you will hear from 2 of them during this trial. There was also a sergeant on scene by the name of Rocky Albee. You will not hear from him because, like Gary Reed, may he rest in peace, he is no longer with us. And Lieutenant Roberts, I mentioned a moment ago. There were the 3 crime scene analysts in and around the crime scene. There were also coroner's investigators. We'll hear evidence about that. Mortuary personnel, and then those first responders, paramedics, who are directly in the middle of that crime scene, attempting to perform life-saving techniques. Right in that crime scene, 3 of them. We're also going to hear evidence about guns. This piece of evidence is going to be absolutely critical for you to understand what happened and how it happened, just like Tommy Randolph described it. When law enforcement shows up, they're going to see folded down in one of the bedrooms. It looks like almost a little drawer. But when you flip it up, you realize it's a clock. But the purpose of that clock isn't just to tell time. It's also a place to keep a firearm. It's a gun safe compartment. And you'll know that because you'll see photographs during trial. It says set gun upside down in the tray. When law enforcement arrives, it's actually flipped down. It's open. When they flip it back up to take photos of it, you'll notice it'll be easier to see in the actual photographs. But if you look on that wall directly around the clock, you're going to see a different color of paint. That's going to be important to you because you see, Mike Miller was aware that that room needed to be repainted because he was the handyman for the Randolphs. And he knew what was kept in that clock. That's going to be important for your consideration. Let's talk about guns. It's not just one. There's 3 guns recovered at the scene. One of them is going to be the gun Tommy used to save his own life and to take Mike Miller's. It's kind of an unusual gun. It's called a 9mm Makarov. That's the caliber of the gun, not the make and model. Most of us have probably heard of a 9mm. It's a very common cartridge. That cartridge is a 9x19. This is a different type of caliber. It's a slightly more, well, it's shorter, it's a little thicker, and it shoots a much lower velocity shot than a typical 9mm you may have heard. This particular magazine holds 8 rounds with 1 in the chamber, meaning the capacity of that gun, as fully loaded, is 9 rounds. Remember, Tommy Randolph says he didn't know how many rounds he fired. There's going to be 3 left in the gun, 1 up above it that was in the chamber. We're going to know, beyond any shadow of a doubt, that he fired that gun 5 times. But there's 2 other guns recovered at the scene. They're called revolvers. It's a different kind of gun. It has kind of a wheel in it like you might have seen in the old cowboy movies. Those guns are documented on the crime scene diagram. And this is going to be really important at the conclusion of this trial. 14 and 15 are those 2 revolvers. 14 is discovered in the northeast bedroom office. You'll see it's right next to a trash can on top of some clothes on top of a suitcase. That's going to be really important for you during this trial. And here's why. On the 911 call, you will learn that Tommy Randolph actually goes outside and takes that gun from Mike Miller's person. And as he comes back to the house, he tries to throw it in that trash can. Because the 911 operator tells him, get the gun, put it someplace safe, lock the door. So he does. When police open that gun, they're going to discover that that's a .22 caliber, very small shell case. It's a rimfire cartridge. When you shoot, there would be a marking on the outside of one of those shell cases. You'll notice that all 6 of them are pristine. That gun has not been fired. That gun is the gun that Mike Miller had with him when Tommy Randolph confronted him. All of the bullets in those shells are still in that gun. Interestingly, however, in the east bedroom, next to the wall, there's another gun. That gun is also a revolver, and it looks very similar. but it's different. It's a 38 caliber revolver. It's called a center fire cartridge. Those little circles in each one of the cartridges is where the primer is kept. When the gun is fired, the hammer comes forward, firing pin punches the primer, and it expels the actual bullet out the end of the gun. This is a much larger round than a 22. These are what are called plus P rounds. They're designed with more pressure to create more velocity. You'll notice at the 11 o'clock position, that gun has been fired. That is the gun.
What did you say, Mary B?
So I was looking up the answer to Lalene's question, and this is not the trial that we're watching is not the same trial.
Nice.
I was wondering, I was like, why am I so confused about these names?
Yeah, it seemed a little weird because it didn't look like the same courtroom.
Well, anyway,
It's on court TV after this video as the widow's words murder trial. One's the widower and one's the widow's words.
I didn't even get in the prosecution's opening statement that there were 2 victims. Either I wasn't listening closely, but I was surprised to even hear that in the defense's opening statement.
Well, awesome. Well, looks like we're watching this trial too.
what is this trial? Oh, the widower murder.
Yeah. Wordplay.
Good time.
Wordplay. Well, I can't find it then because it took me a minute to find that earlier.
I can probably find it. I think I just had it.
I think in the meantime, I think Gingy wanted you to play a video.
Yeah. I remember that now. Yeah, we're going to do that.
Yeah, she says, I guess she wants you to play it because she says this person sounds just like me. I don't hear it personally.
A lot of times I think Larry Foreman sounds like you, the DUI guy.
Which guy sounds like you? The law and crime guy? Okay. Which are we? Is it a trial like lawyer or the? We'll find out.
Killing 4
It'll be
sorority
annoying,
sisters
won't it?
in his speeding BMW that was gifted to him by his mom and dad. This video per KABC. This crash happened on the picturesque Pacific Highway on a stretch called Dead Man's Curve.
I don't think that sounds like it.
Just charged with causing a terrible accident in Malibu.
I keep trying to stop it because I think Dane's talking.
Only other person I've heard her say you sound like is be in trouble. So I'm lost here.
No, she's saying it sounds like me. Be in trouble sounds like Danny if Danny had any emotion in his speech.
If he had any emotion at all, I don't have any to put in this.
Accident that killed these 4 girls months away from their college graduation. He's charged with murder, and the attorney who's going to be by his side saying he's innocent.
There is no evidence that any officer at the scene ever heard Karen Reed say, "I hit him."
Is the same man who defended Karen Reed. Alan Jackson has taken the case. We're on the case, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart.
Okay, Dean, speak.
Okay, I'm talking.
I see some similarities. Not exactly, but
I'm serious. There's a lot of Larry Foreman's videos that I think he's and Dean sound a lot alike.
All right. Where is Lawleen's video? Is that? Hold on. Yeah, that's another freaking weird.
Play the tombstones.
Oh, nice.
Tombstone.
Yeah.
Good night.
Tombstones.
Unless Dean's tricking us, because I'm not looking at chat.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to wait till tomorrow to watch the defense, so it'll be on YouTube. This website crap get you.
Oh, right. Yeah, I'm looking for it on YouTube also. resolution.
Where
What video of mine are you looking for?
I found it.
Found it.
Hmm.
Welcome back. We want to head back to the courthouse in Milford where a verdict came in the Raul Valle murder trial. We want to head back outside. We're learning that the McGrath family is headed to the podium there to speak.
It's clearly there's still some open issues that the prosecution is going to take up, and, we have their support. They did a wonderful job. There's no Monday morning quarterbacks here. I think they did everything they could. I'm astonished at the result. But, it's due process. He's entitled to it. And at the end of the day, the jury made their verdict. I'm not sure, if they're in the same courtroom as we all were together, but that's the verdict, and we'll live with it, and we'll work closely with the prosecution to get resolution. I'd like to thank Judge Murphy. She did a great job, controlling the courtroom, making sure the jurors did everything they could. I mean, I think we were all of the opinion that the 11-1 was reversed, but we were wrong. Not that. I'd like to thank also all the first responders that got there that night, all the officers, the EMTs, neighbors, Pat Sullivan, Mike Jardum, who worked diligently on trying to save my life, on my son's life. Also, all of the doctors. This could have been a double. Two boys could have been killed, and one boy could have lost their leg, but they worked diligently to save Ryan Hines and saved Tommy Connery's leg. I know that going into this, it was a difficult case. There was a lot of chaos, the ages. There may be sympathies out there that just at this point I can't even imagine that I'm standing here giving this part of the speech. I mean, I was ready for maybe manslaughter. I was not ready for not guilty. I'll be honest with you. I don't think anybody was here. So again, I'd like to thank the Shelton Police Department, all the detectives, all of the members of law enforcement that identified the suspect, secured the evidence, managed the witnesses. They did a great job. Again, it's one of those things. I'm in disbelief based on the evidence that was out there, based on the way Attorney Durso and Attorney Messina navigated. I thought they had a great lineup. They did a wonderful job. My heart goes out to them. I hope they can be at peace and this doesn't, hurt anybody. The witnesses, 25 witnesses. This was, it is very tough sitting there. I know a lot of wounds were reopened up, and it's very evident that, although the physical injuries have been, they've from their physical injuries, the mental health that we really need to focus on getting them help right now. And, through our foundation, I'm going to work diligently on making sure that, we can provide them the resources. So I thank you. You've been very respectful to our family. You've done a very professional job. A lot of times with, high profile cases like this, it gets tried in the press, and this didn't. So Raul Valle did receive a fair trial. So there can't be any, from his side, obviously, found not guilty. So he probably doesn't have any, problems with the turnout. But again, I'd just like to thank you. I'd like to thank our community, everybody that has supported us. Attorney Rosnick, who's been by my side from day one, our friends, family, everybody. Thank you. It's not over, right? So there is still some things that need to be resolved, and we'll work closely with the prosecution to do that. So, sure.
Speak to that, just to clarify, what is possible after the
So,
trial?
So there's mistrial. So there's some. Mike, do you want to let the lawyers speak?
It goes without saying that we're extremely disappointed with the result. This was a fair trial.
Why did Mike walk up to the mic all creepy like that? Watch this creepy ass walk.
No, I think he's overwhelmed. I mean, they're just,
Mike, the lawyer?
yeah, they're disappointed. I mean, this is not,
And
you know, the
he's the
father
family's
that was
attorney,
killed.
but
He wanted him
yeah.
to be found guilty. I understand that, but you know, I also understand that the jury was really torn and they made their decision.
You can be overwhelmed without doing this creepy walk. Watch
Do you
this.
want to let the lawyers
Look at
speak?
that. Wow.
It goes without saying that we're extremely
Wasn't even a walk, it was a
with the
sidestep.
result. This was
He shuffled to the mic, Danny.
It must be stepping over cords or something we can't see.
He did like the Zoidberg, you know.
Yeah. His feet point straight out like the penguin.
He did a little swing back and forth.
Does he have the little DuckTales on his jacket?
Oh, DuckTales, that was a good cartoon.
See, I knew you're not. Oh,
I love when men do the pocket square. It's so sharp. AJ always had a pocket square and it was always on point. Beautiful. Chef's kiss.
Cool. I was just wondering if that was the
It was a
penguin.
fair
That is
trial.
than AJ.
The family and I would like to point out our thankfulness for the state's attorney's office. They did an exhaustive job. They conducted a thorough trial, and they were indeed well prepared. So on behalf of the family, again, thank you to the state's attorney's office. The case is not over. There are lesser included charges. We anticipate that the state's attorney's office will file an information, but I'm going to let the state's attorney's office speak for itself. That is one aspect of what our office is doing for the McGrath family. As you may know, there are many civil cases that are still pending. It is a civil arena, not a criminal arena. So there are different standards of care, and there is a different burden of proof. And we will still be pursuing justice to hold anyone that bears any responsibility that led to the chain of events that night. It's our job to hold them responsible. That will come with time, and we're confident that we'll get there.
Kevin, when you found out today that there was going to be a verdict, how were you feeling? Did you think it was going to be leaning guilty? What was your confidence level?
It was extremely confident, probably overconfident. I'm shocked. You know, it's probably why I'm in control. I'm shocked right now of the verdict. Like, you know, I could understand maybe murder and dropping it down to manslaughter, and there's still a manslaughter charge out there. So, you know, we'll, you know, and, you know, maybe that's the right, like, it's, you know, I don't believe Raul Valle woke up Saturday morning and said he was going to kill Jimmy McGrath. You know, I never believed that. They didn't know each other. Yeah, I'm just in shock that an innocent young man with a brilliant potential is not with us anymore, and the person that took his life is right now free tonight.
Kevin, can you just talk about Jimmy for people that never met him? What kind of kid?
Jimmy was a wonderful person. Both Rosie and Jimmy were the light of our lives. He was just great personality, good kid, funny kid, great athlete, a team player. I mean, you just see by the support that we have how good of a kid he was. And, you know, he's truly missed. He's something that, you know, he probably, you know, if he was alive, he's the type of person that would probably make a lot of great changes in the world. I mean, he was, you know, again, I always say he's, you know, behind the foundation. He started helping his friends out who had a lot of issues and different types of issues on his own, unbeknownst to us. So he's just, you know, we're just going to continue on, honor his memory through our foundation, and, you know, whatever we can do. And, you know, we want to get the kids that testified and the witnesses and all of his friends the help that they need.
What do you want Jimmy to know most today? You didn't talk to him.
We love him. Not a day goes by that I don't shed a tear. You know, he was it was truly, we did a lot of, through lacrosse, the travel. We spent a lot of time together, and it's just a void in my heart, my wife's heart, my daughter, our friends, our family that will never be replaced.
Nope.
Anything
Done.
else? Great. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Never get over that. Never.
All right.
It's a life sentence. That poor man and his wife and his daughter have a life sentence now, and every fucking day will be tainted with misery because they will never ever have that boy again. And he was a great boy, and I believe that he was trying to mitigate, diffuse, and I tell you, I raised my boys to be like that. And when I look at Jimmy McGrath, I talked to my son about it last night. I said, listen, you got to be careful about the people that you're surrounding yourself with because, a group of assholes are, starting shit. I know that you're the type of kid that's going to try to diffuse it because you're a good kid. You got to be careful because this kid just started stabbing. It's awful. It is just, I feel for both, and even for Raul's family. I feel for Jimmy's family. Who couldn't? He's never going to have his son again. It's awful. And then now, what kind of a life? That's what my friend and I were talking about. She said, well, what kind of a life is he going to have? He's like, he lost his friends.
I mean, he was a junior when this happened, so he still hasn't even finished school,
Right. He lost his friends. He lost his life. And it's like, listen, you balance it because it's like, well, the other kid is gone. He doesn't get any more chances. But this kid has, and now he's going to be sued civilly. And it sounds like the other kids in the car, Tyler and Jack, the father implied that, they're going to, that they were responsible. I don't know if Tyler.
I don't think it's just going to be the kids. I think it's going to be
Yeah.
the parents at both houses
right.
and the place that provided them the alcohol when they stopped on the way to the first party.
Yep. And that was another thing. And I mentioned this. I know I mentioned this, and this is Fairfield is famous for it. I remember when I was on Facebook, like I would hear about these cases. And I know that I told you guys, and we were talking about this tonight with my friend and I, that this is what Fairfield County, parents, too many of them do. And they let the kids have alcohol and 30 kids, and they have a fire pit in the back, and they have these gigantic houses, and sometimes the parents are not home. And there was one case I know that I mentioned that was particularly egregious. We knew the family, and there was a girl that was throwing up on the front lawn, got drunk in the house. The parents were home. I know the parents very well, and the kids tried to get the girl in the house because they needed to call an ambulance. She had alcohol poisoning, and the father slammed the door in her face and left her on the lawn. And this is somebody that I know. This happens here all the time, and it's fucking bullshit. And I'm just hoping that if he does, I'm not a litigious person, but send a message. You can't do this with kids. You see, this is the result. This is what happens, and it's a fucking disaster. And R.I.P. Jimmy. Rant over.
Here.
It sometimes takes a very monumental event like this to wake parents and kids up.
Nah.
So if nothing else good comes out of it, then maybe just the awareness and the conversations that come out of this, and maybe even legislature will be the positive out of it.
Yeah. Hold the parents accountable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I was so careful about that. My kids, we always made sure, even when they were in college or, if you're going to drink, there always has to be a DD, and you have to be responsible. You have to check in with the kids. And I feel like, especially in this area, all through the high school and middle school years, it just happened so often that you would hear, it was always in the Fairfield blotter. And we used to laugh, but it was like, oh, what idiot let their kids have a gigantic keg party at the house,
Right.
like,
All right, Mary B found the defense attorneys open in that trial that we're supposed to be watching, and I didn't find it because it's so short.
Yeah, rude, Jenny.
The white guy wasn't the defense attorney?
No, the
No,
defense attorney is a
that was
woman.
the wrong trial.
Laurleen, I found the Henry Rollins song. I posted it in the Discord.
Well, thank you. I got to school all these people. Wait,
That's
I'm so
fun.
confused now. So who was the white guy talking?
That's a widower. It's the wrong widow trial. So there's 2 widow trials going on right now.
Well, dang it. That's
Yeah,
why it made
that's what
no
I said.
sense.
We'll
And
have
all
to
of a
watch
sudden
that
there
one
were
too.
2 victims.
Yeah, exactly. And the name
We'll have to research that
familiar. I was
one.
like, who's Miller?
I bet we can find the prosecutor's opening statement for that one too.
That trial sounded pretty good.
Yeah,
I was wondering why Vegas was coming in and all that too.
Yeah,
Well,
if
at first I
you
thought
don't
that
like this chick, then we won't watch it. But it's not very long.
LV Cops had played. Has anybody watched LV Cops when they used to do it? The ride-alongs. So they would play, and the Metro Police Force apparently is really, really good, and that's how Brian and Gonzo came to prominence in the Karen Reed trial, drawing contrasts between what they were trained and what was going on in Norfolk County. And Brian, and especially, was appalled, and they would play these. But on Saturday, so they did a lot with Karen Reed, but they also would play these just videotapes,
Local cases and cover
and
other
they would
stuff.
say,
Yeah.
"What would you do?" And I
Yeah.
know there was a case. I don't know if it was the other one, but it was an intruder case, so it may have been a little bit different. At first, I got confused.
Are you
It's
talking
very
about the
interesting.
intruder case where they come in and they're in the hallway fighting?
Yes.
And they ended up shooting the
Yes.
homeowner instead of the perpetrator? Yeah, that
Oh
was
my
good.
God.
That's the one.
All right, here we go. Karina
Houston
Cooper.
Danker. Houston Danker. Houston Danker killed Ryan Cooper. Houston Danker shot Ryan Cooper in the face. Houston Danker solicited Karina. Houston Danker manipulated Karina. Houston Danker lured Karina. Houston Danker had Karina living in a dream world. Houston Danker killed Ryan Cooper. You're going to see some Snapchats. You're going to see some pictures. You're going to see conversations about IVF. Dream world. IVF, she's got her tubes tied. Houston Danker killed Ryan Cooper. Karina Cooper was in a dream world, and then it became real, and then she was in too deep. She did not want her husband dead. She did not want his life insurance money. You'll see, you'll hear, the money's still there in trust for her children. Nobody rode off into the sunset to the mountains. Houston Danker killed Ryan Cooper. Please, as you hear the evidence in this case, keep an open mind. Don't rush to judgment. And at the end, we'll ask that you find her not guilty.
That's why I couldn't find it.
Wow, that was powerful. Real
short.
That was like, everything that guy just said is bullshit. Thank you.
Yeah, how would y'all feel sitting in the jury box after listening to the other guy and then someone coming up with y'all look at that as like a negative or a positive?
She seems confident in her case.
Yeah. I don't think I would really take much out of it, honestly, until trial started.
Yeah, they just seem like 2 very different attorneys.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like I would personally look at it like all the evidence is on the other person's side.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really obvious.
Well, we're gonna find out. We'll start watching some of that tomorrow.
When did this trial start?
It's in like day 6 or 7 now.
Oh, Jesus.
We were really hoping to go with the other one if it wouldn't have concluded in one day.
Yeah.
Thanks
And
a
the one we
lot.
accidentally watched was from a year ago. That's Thomas Randolph.
Oh, hey, we can go back, right? And do some.
We don't always have to watch stuff that's current. Sometimes it's fun to go back and watch trials that were just really obnoxious or silly or crazy.
Yeah, we could
Like,
do, like Throwback Thursdays.
yeah. Which one did you say, Mary B?
So we could do like Throwback Thursdays.
That's a good
Fun.
idea.
You
Yeah.
can watch a whole one on a Thursday.
No,
we
I was
could
just
go
thinking
through and
about.
do like highlights.
Marathons.
I was thinking about the attorney / real estate guy out in Vegas, the one that killed the reporter, like the one
Oh,
that
Boss Baby. He killed
Yeah.
Jeff Garman. Yes, that's
Robert
yeah,
Teal.
Robert, yeah,
Tellis. Yeah.
Tellis trial, like his
Yeah.
testimony. Oh my gosh, that goes down in history as
Oh my
one of the
God.
most comical testimonies ever.
Oh,
It's like, just stop talking. Stop it.
The defense didn't even ask him a question. They just let him get up there and talk because no one was going to put their jobs in jeopardy for him.
Yeah. It's awful. Danny, I've been wanting to talk to you and Toy one time, some night when we're streaming about the Carly Gregg trial. Melanie covered that, and she was outraged by. I remember there were a lot of things that really troubled her, and she had, I think the woman's name was Bridget.
Right. She had her attorney on.
Yeah, she had the attorney on, and the way they did the sentencing, like, do you guys remember that? It was crazy. I've never seen anything like it. So I know that it's local to you guys. It was very sad. Like, again, I went into that case the same way as I went into Raul's, and I was like, oh my God, she's so guilty, this, that, the other thing. And then, but Melanie really did a deep dive, had the attorney on, got into her childhood. She's a child, but
right. I mean, she obviously did it, but there's a lot behind the curtain.
Trauma. She had trauma upon trauma, and that was really not taken into consideration. Or I from what I recall, that was what
She
Melanie
just had a major medication change happen.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right. But then when you saw there were surveillance cameras, and then so the prosecutor was like, well, look at her. She looks fine, right? She's just
nothing about her looked fine to me whatsoever. That looked like someone in crisis.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Well, guess what time it is?
What time is it?
It's time to go to sleep.
Good night, CHATRATS.
But y'all put some trials that y'all, if y'all want to watch, doesn't matter when they're from. They don't have to be current.
Yeah, we could. I mean, just even suggest someone's testimony that's worth the rewatch of that were funny or crazy or whatever over the years.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe
But
we can.
other than that, we'll get on day one of this the correct widow's words murder trial.
Well,
That
thanks for
opening
the research,
statement-
Mary B. That made way more sense.
Yeah, that opening statement was only 3 minutes, so maybe she should steal that other guy's.
Yeah, he was convincing, but I'm like, where are these facts coming from? It doesn't sound nothing like what the prosecution was saying.
Didn't sound like any of those fucks from the prosecution.
No.
Laura J, we hope you are more chatty soon too.
Oh, you're good.
And thanks to Rubicon for hanging
Thanks
out.
for being here.
Yeah.
Well, once we get on a
Rubicon.
case really good, Rubicon has to come up on panel. Like, she is a very good analyst.
Don't put no pressure on Rubicon, no.
No, she said, yeah, she said she would do it. Like, she's good.
She's so good. She's super smart.
I already knew that.
Yeah, sure you did.
She's super
Always
smart.
like getting some fresh meat up here.
Dang, Mary
It sounds
B.
like Mary B's gonna like haze
Damn.
people.
Jeez.
She's like, we need more fresh meat. She pulls out the paddle. I fucking love fresh meat.
Ma'am, may I have another?
Damn, Mary B.
Have you had any appointments this week, Mary B? Jesus.
Yeah. We're gonna have to look into Mary B's background.
Puff puff pass. True crime chat rest. Let's go. Puff, cash, true crime, chat rats. All across the world, we coming through like that. Taking all the facts, put them in a trap. Cause we coming through like that. When you see the scene, I'm a rat. I be rolling with my rat pack. With my rats chatting about the crimes, the players and the evidence. Where it all went bad. Taking all the facts, and we bring them to the chat rats. True crime social, where we be every night, doing everything we do for the truth. With my rats chatting about the crimes, the players and the evidence. Like it all went bad. Taking all the facts, and we bring them to the chat rats. All my people on the internet, all my people from around the world, gonna take you to the place we know best. Cause we're coming through like that. Puff, pass, true crime, chat rats. All across the world, we coming through like that. Taking all the facts, put them in a trap. Cause we coming through like that. When you see the scene, I'm a rat. I be rolling with my rat pack. With my rats chatting about the crimes, the players and the evidence. Where it all went bad. Taking all the facts, and we bring them to the chat rats. Puff, pass, true crime, chat rats. All across the world, we coming through like that. Taking all the facts, put them in a trap.